Tonight, you do not need to force yourself to feel peaceful. You do not need to chase sleep or push yourself to forget the weight of the day that just passed. All you need to do is sit still, breathe slowly, and let your heart take a break. Here, nothing needs to be perfect. No one is asking you to be stronger, faster, or better. Maybe you have gone too far, carried too much on your shoulders, felt worn out by endless conversations, and sat through long silences no one really understands. If that is the case, then for just the next few hours, let everything drift away like mist dissolving over the surface of a lake. In this space, you will hear meditative stories told for tired hearts. Each story is like a breath, a soft pillow, a little path where you can lie down and reconnect with that gentle rhythm that has always been inside you. There is no need to try and understand, no need to remember. Just let the words flow through you like water moving through a quiet stream, slow, warm, and kind. If you feel even a little warmth rise in your chest, or if your eyes begin to close just a bit more easily, then this journey has already started to mean something. Let me keep you company for 3 quiet hours of healing and rest. And if you would like your nights to feel this gentle, again, please hit subscribe so that each evening when the world gets too loud, you will know there is still a place to return to, a place of breath, stories, and a heart learning how to rest. Now, let your breathing slow just a little more. Every sound out there will gradually fade away like waves pulling back from the shore after a long day. You do not have to do anything, just listen. Behind your closed eyelids, the world is beginning to soften, and a small door is opening the door that leads to gentle stories where time stops rushing and your heart can finally let go. Before sleep arrives, we will walk together through 10 meditative stories, small slices of life where people relearn how to breathe, how to be still, and how to smile gently at themselves. These are not lessons, but soft waves that carry you into stillness. And now, with your breath softened and your eyes gently touching calm, let the first story begin. The Candle and the Quiet Sea. Story 1. The Candle and the Sea. He found the candle in a drawer that stuck on humid nights. The house was a small square of wood balanced on pilings above a shore that pretended to be a beach and usually failed. It wasn't the kind of shore that made postcards. It was a rim of stone and eelgrass and old rope, a place where gulls discussed everything loudly, and no one else did. He had come here after the long season, the one that stretched from a winter gale to a late summer thunderhead, without ever really letting go, because there was nothing left in him that wanted to be measured by numbers. Miles logged, hours on watch, crates delivered, fuel burned. All those tallies had been his life for decades, and they had not betrayed him, but they had told him too little about how to sleep. Now he was here with a drawer that stuck a kettle that sang, and the sea that never ever stopped speaking. The candle had been left by the previous tenant, a school teacher who once tried to teach the children of the island how to draw the wind. He imagined her standing where he stood, tapping the drawer with the heel of her hand, laughing softly at the stubbornness of small things. The candle was pale with the faint, waxy scent of honey and dust. It had a wick that kinked like a healed scar. He set it on the table by the window and watched the almost evening gather itself into a darker blue. The horizon was a sentence that went on and on without a period. He told himself he would light the candle when the first star appeared, and then he told himself he would light it when the kettle went quiet, and then he told himself he would wait until he could no longer read the hands of his grandfather's pocket watch. But the watch had stopped in the move. The second hand was forever a hair's breadth past the 7. He lifted it to his ear and listened to the remembered tick that wasn't there, and oddly felt comforted. Some things could stop without ending. Outside, the tide reached, hesitated, and retreated the way grief does when it is tired. It had been 3 years since the night he did not make it home on time. There had been a storm, the sort whose face is the color of nickel and whose voice is all throat. The captain, another man, chose to run with it. The charts disagreed with the captain in small ways that became large. The wind discovered new angles to insert itself. The radio made the particular sound it makes when it cannot decide between warning and silence. No one died, not that night. But something uncountable fractured in him, and the break left a line that ran through his days like a vein of darker rock. He finished the season because that is what you do. He wintered in a dockside apartment that smelled like peeled oranges, and engine grease started jogging, tried tea instead of coffee, threw out his old boots, bought them back from the thrift store 2 days later, and then, weather permitting, he came to the island. He struck a match. The first sound was the soft whir of sulfur waking. The second was the small speech of flame remembering its lines. He cupped his palm the way you do without thinking, as if modest fire must be sheltered from the world's old habits. The candle took the flame as if it had been waiting a very long time, and the light fell onto the table's scars. Cup rings a thin groove where a knife had slipped, a burn like a tiny eclipse, and then onto his hands. His hands were the oldest part of him. They knew rope. They knew the cranky truth of rust. They knew the language of knots and of apologizing in gestures. They knew how to release what they once held in a hurry. He lowered his hands and watched the flame. Outside, the wind braided itself with the evening. The stovepipe made a hollow throat noise. He thought not for the first time that a candle flame is a kind of clock that refuses to measure in minutes. The wind came harder, almost as if it had heard him think about clocks and wanted to argue. In one gust, the house gave a full-body sigh. In the next, a shutter complained with wood-on-wood honesty. The flame trembled, then put its shoulder into staying alive. He shifted the candle behind the little sugar bowl, the one decorated with a barn swallow, and the flame steadied. Another gust shouldered the window. The flame shook, lowered, straightened. He moved the candle again. There was a shallow bowl of beach stones he had collected by accident, taking one each time he went walking, promising himself to stop taking them, and then failing to stop. He set the candle behind that bowl. The flame curtsied to the draft and found its height again. He felt in a way he could not have explained that he was doing for the candle what no one had done for him, noticing the gusts before they arrived, and making a place where the fragile thing could remain itself. But a person can only move a candle around a table so many times before the wind learns the trick better than he does. The gusts began to arrive from angles that weren't on any compass. They came down the stovepipe and up through the floorboards and around the edges of the door like a rumor. The flame began to dance the way the exhausted dance when the song is too fast. He found himself hovering near it, 2 hands, then 1 hand, then his breath, doing everything he could not to blow it out. He remembered nights at sea where the only thing that mattered was covering the light of a headlamp with a palm so that someone else, someone younger, would not step where the deck had turned treacherous. He remembered the posture of shielding and the way it tightens all the muscles in the low back and between the shoulders. He felt that old posture return, and with it, the ache he had come here to forget. He laughed once quietly and straightened. "You're a candle," he said aloud, "because being alone on an island gives you permission to speak to furniture and flame. I'm not your wall." The wind huffed, disagreeing with his boundaries. He took the candle in both hands and walked to the other side of the room, where the cabinet stood in a corner that the house forgot. He set the candle on the cabinet's top, where dust had been politely gathering. The flame steadied. He took a step back. The wind found a new idea and shoved the roof, and the flame shook like someone trying not to cry. He found the old impulse rising in him again, the one that says, "Brace block, be strong, hold on." And it was then, in the commonplace hush of a small room measured by a fragile light, that something in him asked a question he had not yet asked. What if I am not supposed to be a wall? The sea never shouted an answer. The sea is older than shouting. But it did something it often does. A wave arrived with a weight that cannot be seen, and pressed the pilings and the floor under his feet took on the feeling of a slow breath. It is a simple thing, the house breathing. It rises, falls, rises, a tide translated into timber. He stood there, watching the candle and feeling the floor's gentle lift, and letting the memory of shield and brace pass through him like a stagehand who knows where all the ropes are. The flame wavered again. He did not move. The wind tried its tricks. He did not move. He listened to the house breathe and to the hiss of the kettle easing into silence, and to a gull late for its argument. He discovered, as if by accident, that when he stopped trying to keep the flame from moving, the flame moved and then returned. And in the returning was a steadiness he had never given it by force. It wasn't a lesson. Life is tired of being turned into lessons. It was a recognition, the sort that slips in like a tide line on sand. He pulled a chair to the window and sat. The candle now was a small moon in a corner of the room, and the room was a sky around it. Outside, dusk gave birth to its first true darkness, the kind that surprises even places that know night very well. The flame leaned back, swam a little in air, made its small vowel of light. He let his neck soften the way a harbor softens a wake. He let his chest remind him how to widen without conversation. He was not trying to meditate or to find a thought that would clean all the other thoughts. He simply watched a little fire do what fires do when wind is not an enemy, but a partner in the dance. He remembered a boy standing on a pier in a blue jacket, too thin for February hands, in pockets jaw set like a door you do not want anyone to know is locked. The boy had watched him tie a bowline one-handed and asked if that was magic. He had told the boy the trick, and the knot trick, the practice, and the name of the knot, and the boy had nodded like someone storing it away in a jar for later. He remembered a woman in a yellow raincoat who had sung out of nowhere the lowest harmony to a song he had forgotten he knew, and how it had changed the color of the storm for 10 seconds. He remembered his mother, years back, in a kitchen that did not have enough counter space, pushing a candle into a bit of clay and lighting it during a power outage, saying, "We can see each other. That's enough." He supposed he was old enough now to let such memories land without asking them to explain themselves. On the table by the window sat the bowl of stones, and in the candle's distant light, they looked like small planets that had agreed to be simple. He picked one up, a flat oval, the color of a weathered sail. It warmed quickly in his palm. He thought how strange it was that stones accepted the slow talk of heat without insisting on a story. He had been insisting on stories for years. Why the wind? Why the storm? Why the choice? Why the fracture? Why the ache that returned at 4 a.m? Like a dua that believes the house is larger than it is. He wasn't giving up those questions. He had earned them. He was only putting them down beside the stones for a while to see what the room felt like without the sound of his own chase. The flame lowered, flared, steadied. He watched the way a wick makes a dark thread through light. He could have gotten up and trimmed it with the little scissors he kept in the drawer that stuck. He did not. He let it be slightly imperfect. Outside, a car crossed the narrow road that led from the ferry to the far end of the island, 2 headlamps drawing a clean geometry his heart didn't need. After the car went night, did what it always does, at the water's edge, it listened to its own depth and let the boats speak in the language of hull knocking hull. He felt as if in a place behind his ribs, something that had been bracing for years began to lose interest in bracing. He breathed. He did not count. He did not call it practice. He just let the air decide how long to stay. He thought of all the ways he had tried to keep storms from happening. The extra checks, the tighter ropes, the watching of the sky, as if vigilance were a deal one could make with weather. He thought of how the candle did not stop the wind, and did not negotiate with it, and did not accuse it, and did not dislike it. The candle let the wind move through the shape of its burning, and then returned to the shape it was when the wind moved on. A part of him wanted to be the candle. A different part, older, louder trained, wanted to ridicule that wish. He did not choose between them. He let both parts sit in the same room, both of them warmed by the same little circle of light. The kettle clicked as it cooled. He poured the last of the hot water over a tea bag that had been used twice already, and let it steep into a brown that was more idea than color. He carried the mug to the chair, wrapped both hands around it, and was grateful for the small weight and for the steam that gentled his face. He thought of calling someone he had not called in a while, then decided that the silence was the call tonight, and that it had been answered. He could feel the wet wool of sleep being knitted somewhere just beyond the window stitch by slow stitch. He did not go to fetch it. He let it find him. Later, much later, when the candle had burned down to the stub, where the last of the wax holds on like memory, the wind gave its last lecture and went elsewhere to be the same wind for other roofs. He rose, pinched the wick with a practiced tenderness, and opened the window a little to let the crease of the night fold into the room. Salt came in with the cool. A bell buoy far off made the sound a cow makes when it knows you, and you know it. He got into bed the way a swimmer surrenders to warm water after a long, cold shore. He turned her once, then again, and arranged his bones around the space where a wife had once slept and where no one slept now. He did not make a ceremony of it. He simply let the house breathe him to sleep. In his dream, which he would not remember, but which would remember him, he stood on a deck that was also a kitchen floor and also the aisle of a grocery store where the oranges were always too green. The storm came the way storms come in dreams. Horizons do not move. The sky forgets its face. A wave stands up as if it has something to say. He reached for the wheel, but the wheel was a candle. He cupped it, but his hands were wind. He tried to be a wall and discovered he was a doorway. The wave arrived and did not arrive. The boat leaned and did not lean. He felt the place in his back where the ache lived, and the ache looked up at him like a dog finally tired enough to lie down. He lay down with it. The wave became a blanket. The storm became the sound a mother makes when she thinks you are asleep and does not want to wake you by turning off the light. He woke near dawn to a gray that had not decided yet which way it wanted to live. The room was ordinary again, which is to say, it was holy. The stub of the candle sat in a puff of cooled wax like a small mountain in snow. He rinsed the mug, which would never come entirely clean, and put the kettle on for the day's first vow of warmth. He did not think about meaning. He opened the door and stepped out onto the plank porch that creaked where a board had loosened and not yet been persuaded otherwise. The air smelled like tide pools, metallic, generous, unashamed of the old. A heron disagreed with the morning by lifting off too slowly to be polite. He stood there with his bare feet, learning the damp, and he let the sea say what it always says in every grammar. It knows I am here, and I am moving, and you do not have to fix me to stand beside me. The day would later offer him tasks, because that is what days do. A hinge to tighten, a sack of groceries to ferry from the dock, a letter to write and not send. He would do some of them and ignore some of them and forgive himself for both. Toward evening, he would find the drawer sticking again and would smile because he had learned where to press with the heel of his hand. He would set a fresh candle in the old dish and wait a little too long before lighting it, not out of superstition, but because waiting too is a flame that teaches. When he finally struck the match, he would not hurry to shelter the fragile light. He would watch it as it leaned and learned and leaned again, and he would know, without needing to name it, that the task is not to keep the wind out forever, but to let the flame live through it, and to live with it, and to rest when both have had their say. If you listened closely through the night, closely, but not with effort, you might have heard his breathing take on the shape of that modest lesson. The sea is always offering that the heart is not a wall and is not required to become one, that the world will move and you will move with it, that your tiredness is not a flaw, but the seam where light finds you. And if you did not hear it, if you fell asleep too soon for hearing, then you lived the lesson in the better way, by letting night do the carrying, by letting a candle keep time without counting, by letting the sea keep speaking without translating, by letting yourself belong to the quiet that asks nothing and mends what it touches without telling you how. Story 2. The Painter of Quiet Colors. He had once believed color was what made the world speak. Every morning, for 40 years, he woke with the same ritual: black coffee, a slice of toast gone cold, and then the turning of light across his studio wall. He would wait for that slanted beam to touch the first glass jar of pigment vermilion ochre ultramarine. And that was when the day began. People said he could hear color. He never denied it. When he brushed blue onto canvas, he could feel the sound of water receding. When he laid down gold, there was always a whisper of laughter somewhere in the air. He painted like someone translating music that no one else had written. Then came the morning when light arrived, but he did not know it. The flu, the doctors said, but later other words came: nerve optic, partial, permanent. He woke one day and found that the familiar world had dissolved into dim patches of smoke. His coffee went cold before he could find it. He moved his hand to the window and saw only warmth, not shape. He was told that maybe with time he could see silhouettes. He nodded to make the doctor's voice comfortable, and then went home to his paints. The first week, he did nothing. He sat on the stool by the easel and tried to remember the arrangement of jars, the shelves, the brush stand. His studio smelled the same linseed oil dust, something sweet from old varnish, but it had turned into a foreign country. He reached out and found the frame of the window by accident, tracing the edge with fingertips like a man reading an alphabet carved in stone. At night, he dreamed in vivid green, the kind that exists only in sleep, and woke to the sound of his own breath filling the place where color used to live. Visitors came. They brought soup and the kind of sympathy that has edges. A friend from the gallery said, "You'll find another way to make art." He nodded again. Another said, "You can teach," and he smiled, so she would not see how the word teach felt like a small funeral. When they left, he sat again before the easel, the same stool, the same table, the same brush that no longer had direction. The sea outside continued to do what seas do fall, sigh. And he began to notice that it did not care about his vision at all. That indifference, strangely, was the first thing that comforted him. One afternoon, the rain began so softly that he thought it was his own pulse. He walked toward the sound, one careful hand on the wall, the other held out as if to measure the air. When he reached the open window, the drops touched his skin in small bursts. Each one was a note. The rhythm was uneven, but not chaotic. He stood there long enough for the smell of wet stone to enter him completely, and something unspoken rearranged itself inside. Later that night, he took a brush and dipped it into the jar he hoped was blue. He pressed the tip to the canvas and listened, not looked, but listened. The brush made a faint whisper, and behind that whisper, he heard the memory of rain. He made one stroke, then another. The next morning, when a neighbor came with bread, she found him smiling in front of a canvas covered in broad, luminous swaths of well-something. "What color is it?" he asked. She said, "It feels like dawn." From then on, he painted by sound. He learned the weight of the wind as it moved through his curtains, the timbre of footsteps on the pier, the deep chord that a foghorn hums before daybreak. He arranged his jars by texture, not hue rough for dark, silky, for bright, grainy, for what he called the between. When he laid paint, he did not try to imagine what others saw. He followed the orchestra beneath everything, the quiet percussion of his heart, the low cello of the sea, the tremolo of memory. The canvases that filled his studio were said to shimmer in strange ways. From certain angles, they seemed colorless, but when the light shifted, they breathed. One evening, a young student arrived, sent by the gallery to help catalog the works for an upcoming show. She expected sadness. Instead, she found calm. The painter moved through the room with sure hands, labeling the canvases, not with names, but with single words, listening. Rain, home, forgiveness. She asked him how he knew where to place things. He said, because silence has directions too. When she left, she took with her a small painting he had given, saying it was unfinished. In her dorm room, under yellow light, she saw that it was a pale wash of ivory and gray so faint it almost wasn't there. But when she turned off the lamp, the surface caught some hidden phosphor, and the shape of a horizon appeared a thin line breathing between two shades of rest. Years passed. The painter's eyesight shrank into a soft darkness. His hearing, meanwhile, became a cathedral. He heard the cracking of paint as it dried, the movement of ants in the floorboards, the heartbeat of a moth inside a lampshade. He painted slower. He talked less. When people visited, he asked them to sit in silence for a while before speaking. So we can hear what the colors are saying today, he would whisper. Some found it strange, some sacred. The gallery hung his works without titles now. The viewers named them in their own words. The sound of water in a shell, memory before morning, the breath between two waves. None of these were wrong. On the last winter he lived, snow came early. He felt it without seeing a hush so deep that even the stove's crackle seemed reverent. He mixed his last batch of paint from what remained a little oil, a little powder, the scrape from the bottom of a jar. He stood before the canvas bare feet on cold wood and waited. There was no need to search for inspiration. Inspiration, he had learned, is only the willingness to be quiet long enough for something true to approach. When it came as a hum, low and steady, the same pitch as the sea when it sleeps. He raised the brush and made one long stroke from top to bottom, then another, slower, then nothing more. He sat. He listened. The snow thickened its silence. The brush fell from his hand. When they found him the next morning, the fire had gone out, but the air was warm. On the canvas were two vertical lines, faint as candle smoke. The pigments seemed colorless, yet when they carried the painting into daylight, a glow emerged, not bright, not definable, but the way dawn arrives before the sun remembers its name. People said the canvas healed something in them they did not know was wounded. They called it the quiet between two hearts. And in the house by the sea, where the jars still waited in their rows, the light that came through the window that day was softer than any before. It touched everything it met, as though remembering what color used to be and forgiving it for fading. Story 3. The bamboo that waited. The hill behind the monastery was not remarkable to the eye. It rose like an old shoulder, green in spring, brown in late summer, a place where the wind never bothered to ask permission. Pilgrims rarely climbed it. They came for the bell and the quiet of the cloister, for the way the koi stitched commas of orange and white into the pond. They came for tea under the maple whose leaves remembered flame. The hill, meanwhile, kept its small company, a path worn by deer, a scatter of granite that had once been mountains and were now only the memory of mountains, and a grove of bamboo that did not yet know it was a grove. The bamboo had been planted by a monk whose hands were good with small beginnings. Brother Ash, they called him, though no one could say why. Perhaps because he had a habit of standing at the edge of the cremation field and talking to the smoke as if it were a neighbor. He planted the first shoot the way you might place a note in a friend's pocket, humble without audience, with a faith as unshowy as bread. It was a thin thing, not taller than his knee, a green flute that had not learned a song. The monastery's gardener shook his head. "Bamboo is stubborn," he said, which is the sort of sentence people say when they want to protect you from disappointment. Brother Ash nodded the way he nodded at rain and at grief and at the kettle when it decided to sing. For the first year, nothing happened that anyone could see. The shoot stood, then bent, then stood again. The wind combed it the way a mother combs hair that won't lie flat. The hill accepted another season, then another. Brother Ash carried water in a pail dented by old work, poured it slowly, and swept the ground with his palm so the soil would not crust. If you had asked him why he would not have answered with a plan, he would have pointed at the sky and said, "It changes." He would have pointed at your chest and said, "So do we." The shoot did not argue. It learned the names of shadows, the taste of heat, and the discipline of not hurrying in a world that has made a religion out of hurry. Some afternoons, when the chores were finished and the bell had added its last syllable to the air, Brother Ash would carry a stool up the hill and sit beside the little bamboo. He did not talk to it as if it had ears, and he did not load it with his hopes as if it were a beast. He simply sat, which is a kind of prayer that teaches patience by example. He listened to the hill's small languages, the crease and uncrease of grass, the private jokes of beetles, the far complaint of a hawk who had discovered that ambition, too, is subject to thermals. The bamboo practiced being a sentence without verbs. People in the city below practiced different sentences. They practiced promotions and losses, deadlines, and the art of not letting anyone see how much they wanted to be loved. A man whose heart felt like a squeaky hinge came to the monastery and asked for instruction. Brother Ash gave him a broom and a path that always needs sweeping. The man was disappointed. "I came for something deeper," he said. Brother Ash nodded and handed him a second broom. In the afternoon, the man followed Brother Ash up the hill. He watched the monk pour water for a plant not much taller than superstition. "How long will you do this?" the man asked. "Until it is done," Brother Ash said, and the man made a face that said he had not come to the mountain for riddles that were not riddles. Winter arrived with its unoriginal habits, frost-like quiet dust mornings that forgot how to begin nights that did not apologize for their length. The bamboo held its small cylinder of green. It did not write poems against the cold. It did not give speeches about endurance. What it did was be bamboo, which includes the secret labor no one honors until a sudden evening in a later year. Under the soil, which most of us agree is uninteresting until we need it to be rich. The bamboo sent out rhizomes, the slow, blind threads by which it studies possibility. They moved like careful thoughts under a conversation you are not prepared to have yet. They met stones and asked them to move. Some stones moved. They met water and asked it to stay. Water, as usual, was undecided, which is to say, faithful in its way. The bamboo learned the dimensions of a strength that is patient enough to be mistaken for absence. By the second spring, the hill wore a brief skirt of wildflowers, and the pilgrims, who had not meant to climb, found themselves climbing as if their feet had eavesdropped on a promise. The shoot looked, if one were charitable, slightly more like the suggestion of a plant that might someday be a plant. It was not impressive. It did not need to be. Brother Ash kept on with his pail. The man from the city had gone back to his office and discovered that when he swept the threshold each morning, he liked the way the day tasted. He swept so much, he began to notice where the dust came from. He asked his partner to move the rug. He asked himself to move the appointment he had been dreading. He began without fanfare to change the kind of conversations he allowed to rent rooms in his head. A summer fire crawled through the western hills and stared with a terrible romance in its eye. The monks filled buckets and prayed that the wind would remember kindness. The flames did not reach the monastery, but the sky wore the color of an old bruise for days. Soot fell soft as a confession. The bamboo received it without comment. After the danger passed, Brother Ash washed the soot from its leaves with the calm of a man who has learned to remove what the world leaves without telling you why. "You think it doesn't feel like much?" he said to a novice who had come to help. "That is because you have not yet had children." The novice, who had not yet had anything but questions, laughed and felt a little less like a mistake. The third year, nothing happened again in the way people mean when they say nothing happened. The rhizomes, under their ceiling of dirt, braided themselves like plans between friends. The bamboo reinforced its small column by adding rings you could not see, because the rings were promises to the future. Brother Ash was older, and his knees had begun to speak in weather. He climbed slower, carrying the pail with the attentiveness you give to both water and time when you have watched too many good things spill. He would sit on his stool and let the afternoon slide off the sun in sheets, and he would remember, as the old do, a kind of sickness that forgives the world for never being exactly what you wanted, and thanks it anyway for arriving. A boy joined the monastery that autumn because he had seen a photograph of the pond and thought peace was a place you could find with a map. He was quick and good at memorizing, which is a dangerous combination. He could recite the rules before he knew why they were rules. He liked to be praised for his speed. Brother Ash took him up the hill and showed him the bamboo that was still pretending to be almost nothing. The boy furrowed his brow. "It's not growing," he said. Brother Ash shook his head gently. "It is growing where you cannot see." The boy did not like that answer. He came every day anyway, because something in him recognized something in the hill. For the first week, he stood with his arms crossed. For the second, he brought a book and pretended to read. By the third, he noticed the way the wind spelled his name without letters, and how when he allowed his anger to sit beside him without feeding it, it grew bored and went for a walk. In the fourth spring, a woman arrived at the monastery from 3 time zones away with a grief that had failed to die on schedule. She could not sleep without bargaining. She could not eat without apologizing to hunger. She sat by the pond and tried to trade tears for absolution. Brother Ash, who was not in the habit of recommending hills to strangers, invited her up the path. He showed her the bamboo and told her it had been working in the dark for years. She asked, "What is it working on?" he said. Strength, she asked, for what he said, for being. She looked at the green, unimpressive reed and let out a sound that was not laughter and not anger, a sound made of the part of grief that knows it is no longer the main character. She came back the next day and the next, and her sleep, which had been hiding like a cat under a bed, began to come out and sit at the edge of her evening. The 5th summer was hotter. The monks learned the names of cracks in the soil. The old maple by the gate dropped leaves with the impatience of a king abandoning a weak castle. Brother Ash kept walking up the hill. The boy, who was not a boy anymore, carried the second pail. I don't know why we do this, he confessed one afternoon, sweat shining on his young failure to be holy. Brother Ash nodded. I don't either, he said, and the boy loved him then, in the complicated way you love someone who refuses to be a statue for your longing. They watered the bamboo and did not ask it to perform. Then, because stories are unoriginal, only when we are not paying attention, the 6th spring arrived with rain that remembered how to be generous. The hill woke in the night and stretched so luxuriously that even the stones smiled. The air smelled like pennies and lightning. On a Tuesday that had not applied for greatness, Brother Ash climbed the hill and found a new shoot taller than his hand. On Wednesday, there were 3. By Friday, the hill had decided on plural. A novice measured one with a bit of string and then measured it again at dusk because he could not believe what numbers were saying. In a matter of days, the bamboo was rising with a speed that made the boy laugh out loud because he had never seen patience cash its years in so flamboyantly. The stalks, which had hidden their ambition in the dirt for so long, were suddenly declaring themselves with a courtesy that looked like audacity. One grew a foot in a single day. Another divided into joints like the precise memory of a xylophone. Leaves unrolled the way forgiveness sometimes does not reluctantly, but with the assurance of something that has never doubted its own timing. The hill changed its silhouette. The wind, surprised, had to learn a new route. The deer paused and practiced respect. The pilgrims came up the path and said holy without using the word. Brother Ash did not congratulate himself. He sat on his stool and let a tear be a tear. The boy, now a man now, nobody's hurry, brought tea up to the grove that was no longer pretending to be a rumor. They drank from chipped cups and watched the light answer the bamboo with the intimacy of old friends who have finally found the afternoon both had been promising for years. I kept wanting to be taller, the younger man said, when I was supposed to be deeper. Brother Ash nodded. "Roots are not photogenic," he said, "but they are why trees survive the argument with wind." Down in the city, the man with the brooms felt something uncurl in his chest while he waited at a red light that was famous for wasting time. He did not know about the hill. He did not know about the rain. He only knew that he could breathe all the way down without needing to count to 4. He called his partner and did not apologize for wanting to hear her voice. He went home and threw away a stack of mail that had been auditioning for the role of emergency. He slept that night as if someone had turned the volume down on all the invented obligations and left only the human ones. He dreamed of green he could not name. By autumn, the bamboo had made a small forest where there used to be a hope. The sound of it in wind was different from the sound of maples or pines. It had a hollow silver to it, like laughter behind a door you are allowed to open. Children from the village came to play among the culms, which is what you call bamboo stalks if you are a botanist or a poet. The monks taught them to bow before entering, which is to say, they taught them to remember that the world is older than our plans. The woman with the grief that had refused to leave brought a ribbon and tied it around one slender trunk. Her therapist would have called it closure. She did not call it anything. She placed her palm against the cool green skin and listened for what she could not say. What she heard was enough. In the 7th winter, Brother Ash died. He did not make a drama of it. He lay in his narrow bed the way a river lies down in its own path. The boy, now man, held his hand and counted the breaths between the breaths, because he had learned at last that much of love is waiting without improving anything. The monks washed the old body and wrapped it and burned it the way the tradition told them to, and the smoke, faithful neighbor, lifted as if remembering a conversation it had been having for decades. After they climbed the hill and stood among the bamboo that had once been silence, the younger monk poured a pail of water into the dark earth and said nothing, which is a kind of thank you that does not need grammar. In the seasons that followed, storms came with their old speeches. The bamboo bowed and did not break. Snow arrived and insisted on its white authority. The grove accepted the weight, then shrugged it off with a glitter of applause. Summer baked. The rhizomes reached further negotiated shade. With sun carved a map no cartographer would ever hold. The city went on being a city, and the world did what the world does, offered joy and invoices, arrivals and misunderstandings, babies and sirens, soup and advice, dance floors, and the ache in your knee when you climb stairs, and the mysterious kindness of strangers who hold a door as if that could change the shape of how a day ends. The hill, meanwhile, remembered each footstep and did not rank them. Sometimes, when the wind passes, just so, the grove sings a note that is very close to the sound grief makes when it realizes it has become love's shadow. If you stand there and let your breath loosen its tie, you can hear the years the bamboo spent under the ground, each quiet inch, a sentence that begins with the word, listen. Children who once played hide and seek among the green columns bring their own children and say, this is where patience learned our names. Someone ties a new ribbon. A couple promises things they will not always keep, but will always try to. A novice sweeps the path and learns that the best teachers rarely raise their voices. The younger monk, now gray at the temples, carries water up the hill each summer, not because the bamboo needs him, but because he needs the bamboo to keep telling the truth in a language he can't pretend to master. On a certain evening, when the moon forgot to be shy, the grove threw silver across the ground the way a generous hand throws seeds. The air paused to admire its own stillness. If Brother Ash had been there, he would have sat on his stool and let the moment make itself without commentary. He would have looked at the tall, fluent stems and thought of the years when nothing seemed to be happening. And he would have smiled the smile of someone who understands that roots are the quiet verb beneath every honest noun. He would have told you, if you asked, that waiting is not what you do until life begins again. Waiting is how life builds the room it needs to enter and stay. If you visit, you might be tempted to measure the bamboo with your eyes or your phone. Do that if it helps. Take a picture you'll forget to look at. But before you go, put your palm on one cool green column and feel the drum of wind through a house made of patience. Let the years inside the plant meet the years inside you. If you are tired of trying to be tall overnight, if you have been apologizing to yourself for not arriving sooner, the grove will not judge. It has known the ache of slowness, the ecstasy of sudden height, the humility of bowing. It will share all three with you without a sermon. It will teach you, if you are willing to learn the oldest lesson, made new, that some futures are being woven underfoot, fiber by fiber, where no eye can congratulate them. That strength is not the opposite of softness, but its patient companion. That when the rain remembers your name, you will know where your roots are because you tended them when you thought you were wasting your time. And if returning down the path, you feel a lightness, as if a promise you made to yourself long ago has finally heard, you do not try to explain it. Let it be bamboo in you. Let it move underground, unnoticed, right beneath the chores and the traffic and the deadlines. One morning, not far from now, you will wake and find that something in you has grown tall in the night. You will bend, not break. You will sing when the wind asks. You will shade those who need shade, and you will remember the hill that took its time, the monk who refused to hurry, and the green so ordinary, so luminous, that waited until it was ready, then lifted the sky a little with every breath. Story 4. The girl who listened to stones. She learned their voices before she learned her letters. Some afternoons, after the school bus coughed her onto the gravel road that pretended to be a driveway, she would drop her backpack like a small shed skin and walk toward the creek that braided the backfield, pockets thudding with the day's finds. The stones there were not precious by any jeweler's oath, just river-worn scraps of mountain, mottled and plain. But to her, they had dialects. The flat ones spoke in syllables. The round ones hummed. The thin ones, good for skipping, had a quick conspiratorial whisper, as if passing secrets from current to current. She didn't put any of this into words, because children rarely burden what is holy with explanation. She only did the simple thing she listened. Knees in the water, elbows, wet hair, slipping free of the elastic that never quite did its job. She pressed her ear to stones, as if the earth had left a phone off the hook. During dry months when the creek folded itself into a memory and hid under the reeds, she listened to the silence stones keep so responsibly. In winter, she listened to the aching language of ice. In spring, 1,000 conversations began at once, and she had to pick which to love first. At home, the clocks behaved dinner appeared, and the television offered stories that solved themselves before bedtime. Her mother laughed quickly, as though joy wanted to be caught on the first bounce. Her father, when he was home, counted expenses while pretending he wasn't counting. Once during a thunderstorm, they argued the kind of argument that changes how a room breathes. She went to the back porch and sat with a stone she had smuggled from the creek. It was warm from the day and cold from the night at the same time, and while the house learned a new silence, the stone held steady and did not ask her to decide whose side she was on. It said what stones always say to anyone who has ears for slow truths. I am older than this, and I am not leaving. When the marriage unmade itself the following year, she learned the geography of 2 kitchens, 2 couches, 2 front steps, where the mail was different, and the mornings smelled different, and yet she remained the same person, moving between them. She carried a pebble in each pocket, like a passport that needed no stamp. At school, where children can be kind and cruel, with the same enthusiasm, she answered a teacher's question wrong and felt the red heat climb her neck. At recess, she slipped her hand into a pocket and found roundness. The pebble didn't fix anything, but the embarrassment found itself less alone. And that was almost the same thing. Time did the trick. It always does. It handed her middle school, which arrived with fluorescent lighting and the brittle chatter of lockers and the confusing music of other people's opinions about her face. She made a friend named Eli, who spoke softly, as though the world were full of sleeping animals. He liked collecting bottle caps and drawing maps of imaginary countries where the borders were drawn by rivers rather than wars. One afternoon, they sat by the creek on the kind of summer day that keeps promises, and she told him, almost as a joke, that stones have voices. He didn't laugh. He turned his head the way you turn toward a bird you're not ready to scare away, and said, "What do they say?" She, who had never tried putting it into words, found a sentence, waiting. "They say things are much slower than we think." Eli nodded, as if a messenger had just arrived on time. Then high school. She joined things because joining was how you learn the shape of your own refusal. Theater, too bright, too honest. Track too fast for the way she liked to inhabit distance. Debate too full of sentences that didn't believe themselves. She joined choir and found that singing felt like skipping stones. The breath left her palm and touched a surface that widened into rings she could not count. She worked at the diner on weekends. She held a coffee pot like a small moon and learned how to listen to the fatigue in strangers' shoulders. One night, a trucker said he hadn't been home in 3 months, and she said, "I'm sorry," in a way that let him believe she knew the road he meant. After her shift, she drove to the creek in a car that smelled like fried onions and old songs. The stars were opinionated. She climbed down, shoes in hand, and pressed 2 stones to her ears, like headphones. Their silence was the exact shape of mercy. Eli moved away the summer before graduation because families do that sometimes without asking the rocks for advice. They wrote letters for a while, then texts, then nothing at all. She kept a small shoebox of the stones they had found together. Sometimes she lifted the lid the way you lift the lid of a piano, just to feel the room, remember how to be tuned. College came with a long bus ride and a roommate who never slept. The campus had a creek, but it behaved like a decoration, landscaped into politeness. She missed the unruly grammar of home water. She studied biology because it placed names on things without asking those names to perform greatness. She learned the difference between granite and gneiss, limestone and dolomite diorite and basalt. She learned to love words that crunched in the mouth and left understanding behind them, like a trail, feldspar, schist, chert, clast, alluvium, talus. She learned that the very ground on which the library stood had been an ocean, then a continent, then ice, then mud, then itself. The stones under the history building had their own history, and it was older than the history they housed. During her second year, she took a night class called Field Methods, which translated to walking around in the dark with a headlamp and finding out what the world is doing when it's not performing comprehension for daylight. Her professor was a woman whose hands looked clean, even when they were muddy. One evening, the professor said, "The difference between rock and stone is mostly our intent. Rock is when we talk about it. Stone is when we touch it." She wrote that down and circled it 3 times. Another evening, they stopped by a culvert where rain had shoved an entire season's worth of silt into a corner, and she knelt and sifted until her hands found a smooth oval that fit her palm like a yes. She pressed it to her ear because old habits are older than habits. The professor, who did not laugh at interesting things, said, "What are you hearing?" And she answered without apology, "A long patience." She finished school because finishing is one of the ways we love our younger selves. She found work with a conservation group that believed rivers deserved their own lawyers. She learned the language of permits and basins and the expensive courage of saying no to machines. She stood in waders in a stream that city plans had insisted upon disciplining, and she took measurements that would later become reasons. She addressed committees whose tables were so shiny she could see the pale moons of her fingernails. When the argument turned into heat rather than light, she put a pebble in her pocket and waited, the way stones wait, friendly, unmovable, unwilling to be ashamed of weight. People began to come to her apart from her job, the way people find their way to a studio where music is being practiced. A neighbor knocked with a grief he didn't know how to hold because it had no official name. A coworker sat on her porch and stared at her shoes and said she couldn't find sleep. A teenager from down the block brought a backpack full of worry and the wild hope that someone might trade it for a better bag. She did not offer solutions. She offered stones. Pick one, she would say, as if inviting them to choose a chair. Then, tell me what it says. Some heard nothing and felt foolish. Some heard rain. One old man held a fossil that used to be a leaf and began to cry because it resembled the signature of someone he had once loved and failed. She kept a bowl on the table and replenished it with walks. On Thursdays, she volunteered at a clinic where a therapist named Marta practiced forms of kindness that didn't insist on being admired. Marta had a way of leaving sentences unfinished so that courage could finish them. The two of them, therapist and stone listener, built a small room nobody had asked for and everybody needed. They put a rug on the floor that forgave shoes. They opened a window and let the traffic be an honest wind. People sat sometimes for 10 minutes and sometimes for the length of a light turning across a wall. Instead of, "How does that make you feel?" they asked, "Where does it live in your body?" She learned the map of human weather, the storm that parks between shoulder blades, the drought behind the sternum, the small ache in the jaw that means an old sentence is still trying to be said. Stones passed from hand to hand like low flames that know how to warm without burning. One winter, a boy arrived who didn't speak. He carried an orange in his pocket because his mother believed in vitamins. He stared at the rug and at the window and not at anyone. She offered the bowl. He shook his head. She didn't press. The second week, he came again. She placed a stone on the floor between them and did not call it anything. The third week, he sat down before she did and put his palm on the stone like a vote. Weeks passed in which the only progress was the fact of weeks passing. Then one tidal afternoon, when the snow turned to rain, he picked up the stone and said so quietly that the room had to lean forward. It says, "I am not broken. I am just heavy." She nodded and tried not to cry in a way that would become the point. He took the stone home. He returned the next week with 2 oranges and a joke he had found online. The joke was terrible. The laughter was perfect. Her father, who had moved to a town with a lake that pretended successfully to be a sea, called to say his chest hurt when he climbed the stairs. She visited and found that the house had taught itself to echo. She cooked him eggs and said, "Take the test." He said, "I don't want to know." She put a stone in his palm, the way a nurse places a thermometer beneath a tongue. This one says, "You do." He rolled his eyes, then scheduled the appointment. After the stents and the lectures and the new unlovely pills he called her to say that the stone had bossed him around, she said, "Good." He carried it daily, the way some men carry luck. He didn't tell his friends that his daughter gives orders by geology. He told them he was trying to live longer because he had finally remembered that he liked mornings. Sometimes, on nights when the neighborhood forgot how to be quiet, she drove to the old creek where she had first learned to eavesdrop. It had widened in places and narrowed in others, the way memory does when it tries to keep more than it can. She recognized a bend the way you recognize the laughter in a voice you haven't heard in years. She found with her hands the familiar language of rounded edges. She pressed her ear to a stone that had been waiting so long it had become patience itself. The sound was the same as always, and new as always. Water deciding, light touching time, doing its invisible choreography. She thought of Eli and hoped he had found his rivers. She thought of her mother's quick laughter and her father's grudging mornings. She thought of strangers who had carried away stones and brought back breaths they did not know they had misplaced. She fell in love during a spring that arrived like a letter you had forgotten you sent. The woman's name was June, which felt unfairly on the nose, but the month didn't mind. June loved trees in the way some people love old songs. They made her eyes change temperature. She worked as a carpenter who talked to wood in specifics. This grain is stubborn. This knot is telling the truth. This plank is going to squeal when the seasons change. Their first date was silent for long stretches because they did not believe conversation needed to audition. On their fourth date, she brought the bowl. June chose a pale oval with a caramel vein and said, "It sounds like a free day with no plans." They kept that stone on the windowsill above the sink, where coffee steam would visit it each morning, like a traveling aunt with reliable hugs. The work at the conservation group hardened. Money makes arguments louder. She lost cases that should have been easy, and won one she thought impossible. Which is to say, the world remained itself. Newspapers wrote brief paragraphs that forgot to mention the river's name. She learned to grieve without drowning. When a stream was dredged into an obedient channel, she carried away a bucket of stones no one wanted and built a small cairn in the clinic's garden. People added to it the way you add to a story you love, carefully, with your breath held not to improve it, but to be allowed inside it. The cairn never fell. The neighborhood cats treated it with respect. Years turned like pages. You were not supposed to read this quickly. June's hair studied silver. The clinic moved to a larger room with worse light. Her father mailed her a photograph of himself on a morning walk, his cheeks scandalized by cold, and his grin the kind you make when you are newly on the other side of a foolishness you almost married forever. The boy with the oranges grew into a young man who taught music to people who believed they could not sing. He visited one Thursday with a stone he had found near a bridge and said, like a magician, returning a borrowed coin. It says, "Thank you." She returned it because gratitude is a circle. She grew tired in a way that sleep does not fix. Kindness has a weight, and even stones must be set down. She took a week and didn't tell anyone where she went. She drove until the phone did not know its job, and the map turned green in every direction. She walked a trail that forgot to be a trail and found a river doing what rivers prefer, choosing their own line. She sat and waited for permission to arrive. A long time passed in which nothing happened and everything adjusted. Then a small boy, the kind that collects sticks for reasons that will remain, reasons, wandered near and asked what she was doing. "Listening," she said. "To what?" He pronounced the T on the end, like a bell. She handed him a stone without a speech. He pressed it to his ear, squinted, and then smiled with his whole face. "It says, I can take my time." He ran off to practice. When she returned, the door to the clinic stuck in the humidity. June had left a note that said, "Backyard, lemonade. Your chair is still your chair." The bowl on the table looked like a small, patient sky. Marta hugged her without commentary. Work resumed, because work is a current no human gets to reroute for long. She was gentler with herself. She slept 1 hour more and didn't apologize to the morning for the theft. She told the people who came, not with wisdom, but with relief, that healing is mostly the art of not arguing with the pace at which your soul wants to move. Sometimes she said nothing and handed them a stone. Sometimes that was all. On a late autumn day, fierce with honesty, she visited the creek with her father. He walked slowly in the way of men who have finally grown fond of their own survival. He picked up a flat, gray disc and tried to skip it, and failed spectacularly. He shrugged the shrug of someone whose pride had moved out and left him the better house. They sat on a log and let the air adjust their lungs. "When you were little," he said, "I used to worry that you liked quiet too much." She smiled. "You still do?" He shook his head. "No, I want some of it." They listened to the talkative water and the eloquent stones and the wing beats of a bird neither of them could name with confidence. In the kind of silence that closes a wound without a scar, he took her hand. The creek kept doing its work, and the world, which remains messy and legal and eventually fatal, paused long enough to take a good breath. People ask sometimes to be told the right way to listen. She does not have a method that fits into a pamphlet. She has a bowl. She has a creek that refuses instruction. She has the patience of granite and the tenderness of limestone, and the humbling memory that coal is the long, dark proof that trees once crowded the sky with joy. She places a stone in a palm and waits. If the person hears nothing good, then the stone is an honest mirror. If the person hears a sentence good, then they were ready to say it. If tears come good, then salt has found its river. If laughter comes good, then weight has remembered it can be buoyant. She never argues with what arrives. She only listens with them, as though eavesdropping on a kindness being negotiated. On summer nights, when the fan ticks like a polite metronome and the neighborhood chatters, down to the kind of quiet words can balance on she and June sit on the back steps and let the day discharge its static. The stone on the windowsill glows with dishwater and dusk. They hold hands the way you hold a good tool, easy with trust earned by use. Sometimes June tells her about a board that bowed and then learned how not to. Sometimes she tells June about a person who found their breathing again without needing a reason. Sometimes they don't tell anything and let the porch boards learn their weight. If you asked her now what stones say, she might choose different words than she did when she was small. She might say they talk in futures. She might say they remind us that most of life is older than us and intends no harm. She might say, place becomes person if you stay long enough. Or she might simply place a smooth oval into your palm and say, listen. And the stone would say the only thing it has been saying since rivers learned how to move, that you can take your time. That wait is not the same as failure. That the ground is not asking you to be light, but asking you to be here. And if on your way home you find yourself stopping by a patch of gravel you have ignored for years and kneeling as if a name tag fell off your day, if you find yourself choosing a small, unlikely companion to sit in the dark pocket of your coat for a while, then you will have joined a quiet lineage that goes back to when the first human pressed an ear to earth and recognized the low drum of belonging. Carry it. Return it when you're ready. Keep another. Trade 2 for 1. Build a small cairn where someone else will someday add a third. Let this be the simplest ritual, a hand, a stone, a listening. Let it be enough. Story 5. The Clockmaker of Moon Alley. Moon Alley was the kind of street that only remembered to exist after sunset. By day, it looked like a simple service lane, brick backs of buildings, a tangle of wires with their own gossip, a cat that had given up on being afraid of anything smaller than thunder. But at night, the alley collected light the way old women collect buttons carefully, with a logic you don't question. A neon crescent from the bakery sign down the block spilled its blue onto the wet stones. A third-floor window kept one lamp on late, as if translating a letter that had crossed too much ocean. The sky, above the narrow throat of brick, was a ribbon of dark, the color of old ink. If you'd never found the alley on purpose, it would forgive you. It was good at forgiving people who were simply trying to get home. The clockmaker's shop sat halfway down a door, no taller than a generous secret. The sign above it read "Horology and Repairs" in letters that had learned their humility honestly. In the window stood a forest of quiet faces, round square oval, brass enamel wood. Some were ornate with flourishes, like a polite laugh. Some as plain as the hour before dawn. None of them moved. Not a second hand budged. Time, it seemed, had been invited to sit and rest its feet. People had opinions. "He's retired without retiring," said one of the neighbors, a barber who believed that hair and time were cousins. "He's making a statement," said a graduate student who could discuss anything for exactly too long. "He's lost his mind," said a man who wore a watch that shouted its brand whenever you leaned within hearing range. The clockmaker heard all this the way a peer hears conversations overhead, present but not persuaded. His name was Juno. He had a face carved by years of looking carefully creases like pencil lines, eyes that had learned how to be both precise and kind at once. He had apprenticed in a city where the river never remembered to be quiet, where towers insisted on their height the way children insist on being seen. He had repaired chronometers that had been to see pocket watches carried through lawyers' arguments and soldiers' mornings, mantle clocks that had counted the dinners of 3 generations. He could lift a gear the size of a thumbnail and tell you if it had been cut by a patient tool or by a tool pretending not to be tired. His hands moved with the choreography of someone who has joined the same dance for 40 years and still listens for the music. For most of his life, he made time behave. A watch arrived, wounded, late, erratic, melodramatic, and he would coax its heart back into honesty. He could hear a beat through a bench just by resting his fingers lightly on the wood. He could diagnose a complaint before a customer had finished apologizing for breaking what they had loved. He never rushed, not even when money had shrunk to a thin argument. If someone asked for speed, he smiled the way a sailor smiles at someone who wants the wind to work weekends. Time has its own tools, he would say, and then use his. Then came a winter that refused to loosen its jaw. The city found new ways to be gray. The clinic found something shadowed in Juno's blood. Doctors are good at counting. They counted cells and months and odds. He returned to the shop each afternoon with the particular silence of a person who has a new calendar under his coat that no one else can see. He found himself setting watches to the exact minute with a kind of fury that embarrassed him. He woke at 3 a.m. and listened to stolen hours take off their shoes. He watched customers' lips form "thank you" and thought wildly of asking them to pronounce "goodbye" just so he could feel the syllables and not be ambushed later. One evening, somewhere between tired and very tired, he removed a small clock from the window and wound it. The tick that returned was sharp, eager, obedient. It made the shop sound like a room full of tiny hammers building a house he no longer wanted to live in. He stopped the clock. He stopped the next one and the next. He stood among them until Moon Alley's light gentled the glass, and he realized that what he needed for a while was the kindness of stillness. If time wanted to keep marching, it could do so outside. Inside, he would give it a chair. The next day, he placed a hand-lettered card on the counter, closed for adjustments. Ring bell. People rang. He let them in. They looked around, told themselves that nothing moved, told themselves that this meant nothing was happening. And then, one by one, felt their shoulders set down a few ounces of invisible weight. Without the metronome of tick, the room had a different gravity. People spoke more slowly. They confessed without intending to. A woman who sold train tickets cried for exactly 31 seconds, and then bought a small silver pocket watch that had once belonged to a man who believed in punctuality more than in joy. She asked Juno not to wind it until she left. He didn't. Word spread as it does in cities that pretend not to gossip. It's the quiet shop, someone said. It's the place where clocks go to nap. It's ridiculous, said the man with the brash watch, and returned twice. A child pressed her face to the glass and whispered, "They're listening." Juno began to leave the door open on evenings when the alley's blue light was kindness itself. He made tea that tasted like leaves remembering their first idea. He set a single candle near the register, the small flame doing the sweetest job in the room. On these evenings, people came to sit. Some brought broken watches wrapped in handkerchiefs and sentences that began with "my grandfather" and ended with "please." Juno took the watches because doing things with your hands is one of the ways to prevent your heart from learning the wrong habits. He promised nothing in a voice that made promises unnecessary. While he worked, customers watched the unmoving faces in the window and found that not measuring gave them a kind of permission no therapist had ever named. A girl named Talia arrived one night with a kitchen timer that had counted down her mother's chemo pills. The bell had stopped ringing 3 days earlier. She stood all bones and courage and asked if it could be healed. Juno opened it, showed her the spring that had given up arguing with its job, and asked if she wanted it to ring again. She did not answer right away. He waited. "No," she said. "Maybe not." He smiled and closed it carefully and handed it back with its quiet intact. She left a small paper crane on the counter in payment. It watched over the candle with the seriousness of folded wings. Another night, a young man in a suit that fit like an apology asked if Juno had any hourglasses. "I want to see time, not hear it," he said. Juno brought one out from a shelf in the back. 2 bulbs, narrow throat, sand the color of new bread. The man turned it and turned it and turned it, as if trying to memorize the exact shape of the surrender each grain performed. He bought it. He didn't take a bag. He carried the hourglass through the alley like a lantern, and later wrote an email. Simple, grateful, saying he had slept through the night for the first time since spring. Juno's own nights changed. He found that if he wound 1 clock in the workroom and set it to tick lightly, like a small animal breathing, he could sleep in a chair with his feet on a stool and dream dreams that did not audition disaster. He dreamed of a river that had forgotten its name and was relieved. He dreamed of the clinic's nurse tapping his wrist and saying, "It's only your pulse. You're allowed to keep it." He dreamed of a woman he had once promised everything to, and of the version of himself who had kept only half the promises and tried to repay the rest with competence. He woke with the taste of forgiveness in his mouth and recognized it as a food group he had been avoiding. Doctors counted again in the spring and found that numbers had chosen a kinder rhythm. They didn't call it rest. They didn't ask where he had found it. Numbers don't care. They only tally. Juno returned to his bench with a patience that had learned not to glare. He wound 1 clock each morning and let it run until noon. He chose a different clock each day, as if to teach his own hours how to share. The afternoons he kept for quiet mending, oiling, listening to the tiny questions metal asks when it wants to keep being itself. Moon Alley grew tuned to the shop's new music. The barber began sweeping before opening and discovered that the street said "thank you" in dust. The baker left a loaf on the step each Wednesday, crust scored like a compass rose. The cat adopted the shop window for naps where it learned the art of being admired without waking. In summer, the alley filled with the smell of tomatoes that had traveled less than a mile. In winter, It learned how to turn breath into visible evidence of living. The shop held steady through all of it, not as a shrine to the past, but as a proof that softness has architecture. One evening, a man appeared who had never learned to be gentle with his own life. He wore the uniform of grief that has dressed itself as anger to stay alive. He set a shattered wristwatch on the counter and said, "It wasn't the watch's fault." Juno nodded. He spread a cloth and poured the ruins onto it. Glass like snow hands, like fallen twigs, gears like delicate confessions. The man watched. The room did that thing. It did lowered its voice without becoming self-important. Juno did not reach for the broom. He set the largest fragment of the face upright and rested the hour hand against it and arranged 3 tiny gears, like stepping stones, and made from the breakage a little landscape of time. "You can carry it as it is," he said, "or I can make it keep time again. It will be different either way." The man looked at the small sculpture, the way the candlelight threw gentle shadows across the wreckage. "I'll carry it," he said, as if agreeing to walk with a dog that needed slow. A boy came because his mother sent him. He sprawled in the chair with what looked like contempt and was actually auditioning for a role called invulnerable. Juno offered him a loop and a movement with its back off. "See that wheel?" he said. "That's called the escape." The boy snorted. "Figures." Juno smiled. "It's the part that keeps everything from running away. It lets time out one tooth at a time." The boy leaned in despite himself. He watched the palette fork nod, 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 as if agreeing with a patient teacher. "What happens if it goes too fast?" he asked. "Then the time is wrong," Juno said. "But it feels right while it's happening." The boy looked up, startled by a metaphor he had not seen coming. He came back the next week with a watch that belonged to no one and asked if he could learn how to be the part that lets things out slowly. Juno gave him a broom first. Time training begins with sweeping. On the anniversary of the day, he had stopped the clocks. Juno placed a small placard in the window under the forest of silent faces. Rest is not a malfunction. People took pictures. Some rolled their eyes. A woman in scrubs on her way to the night shift stopped to read it. Twice put a hand to the glass and whispered something that fogged a small oval the size of relief. Late that summer, thunder rehearsed around the edges of the city. Rain came in long sentences. The alley shone. A power cut humiliated the block for 3 hours. The neon crescent went to sleep. The barber lit candles. The baker whistled because she could. Juno opened the door and let the weather live in the room. In the light of the candles, the unmoving clocks looked like moons learning each other's names. Neighbors drifted in, grateful for a place not designed for emergency, only for presence. Someone passed a thermos. Someone played a melody on a phone at a volume that knew it wasn't the point. The air felt like hands. When the power returned, nobody cheered. They nodded at the fluorescent lights the way you nod at an old friend you love and don't entirely trust. People left with thank you, folded into their pockets. Juno stayed a little longer, blowing out candles, one by one, watching the smoke make cursive above each wick. He wound a single travel clock and set it ticking on the counter for the night, not to count anything, just to be a small heartbeat in the dark. There are cities where time has learned only one verb, and there are alleys where it rests. If you find Moon Alley, if you pause by the narrow door with its modest bell, you might catch your reflection in 100 quiet faces and notice that you look a little less hurried than you did a minute ago. You might step inside and stand among clocks that have set down their work and discover that not being measured is not the same as being lost. Juno will look up and greet you by letting your silence arrive before your voice. He will ask what you've brought. Watch worry a morning that ran too fast and fell a memory still trying to chime, and he will set a clean cloth on the counter, as if making a table for ordinary tenderness. If you need your time to run, he will make it run carefully so that each second enters the world with dignity. If you need your time to sit, he will sit with you, and the room will lend you its permission to be a person instead of a schedule. Either way, you will leave eventually, because even kindness has doors. You will step back into the alley, and the neon will lay its blue on the stones, and the cat will open one eye to accept your report on the state of the evening. You might check your phone out of habit and find that nothing has changed and everything has. You might realize halfway down the block that your breath has remembered an older tempo. You might turn your wrist and see that your watch is keeping perfect time and that you are no longer its servant. And later, in a room where sleep sometimes hesitates at the threshold, you may imagine the forest of faces in the shop window, each one holding back, each one letting you keep this night without consequence. You may hear far off a single travel clock making its small confession to the dark. You may say to yourself, without needing to be believed, that you will live the next day with a little more of the alley in your steps. You may be right. And if you are not moon, alley will be there after sunset, forgiving, and the clocks will be resting, and Juno will be at his bench, letting time out one tooth at a time, reminding anyone who asks that precision and gentleness can be the same craft, and that sometimes the truest repair is learning when not to wind. Story 6. The Monk and the Rain Mirror. They said the monastery had 2 seasons, the one when the wind forgot the word for rain, and the one when rain remembered every name it had ever been given. In the dry season, the stones of the courtyard warmed like sleeping animals. The sandals lined up outside the refectory made their own quiet geometry, and the bell's bronze throat sang further than anyone needed to hear. In the wet season, the mountain put on 1,000 sleeves of cloud. The bamboo pressed green against the sky as if it were trying to steady it, and water wrote its cursive down every surface that agreed to be a page. In both seasons, there was a monk who polished a mirror. He sat on a low stool in the north cloister, where the roof's eaves reached out like an elderly hand to stroke the weather. The mirror was not big, no larger than a dinner plate, and not young. Its silver had the faint smoke of years. He held it with fingers that had learned to do many things, slowly cut vegetables, mend robes, make tea, bury birds. He did not scrub. He coaxed. Each morning, after sweeping the corridor, until the broom knew the route better than he did, he took a cloth the color of clean dust and wiped the mirror in small circles, as if teaching a child how to draw the moon. In the dry months, his work seemed to insult the air. There was no fog to lift, no beads to catch, no smear to persuade back into transparency. In the wet months, his work was obviously practical. Water marked everything with its tender insistence. He polished all the same. Visitors mistook him for a custodian of objects. Novices, quick to be useful, offered to take the task. He thanked them and handed them brooms. The mirror, they asked. The mirror is mostly about waiting, he said, which made them bristle. A mirror, after all, is not an hourglass. They returned to their chores, relieved to have a story in which the moral was delayed. His name was Brother How. He was not famous for anything but being present where he stood. In his youth, he had built roofs in the city, climbing ladders before dawn, with a hammer wearing a small cap of rust. He had learned the politics of lines, how to make them meet politely in corners, how to persuade a leak to apologize, how to stand with your feet wide while the sky negotiated a tantrum. He had married a woman with a laugh that unbuttoned rooms. They had owned 2 plants that always surprised each other by surviving. They had wanted a child and had not been given one. And then, one winter, she had become sick in the manner illnesses choose when they want to keep their privacy. He had used all his tools. He had lost. After the funeral, he closed the small toolbox his father had given him and could not lift it again. He walked as far as his legs had saved for him and ended where the mountain offered steps. The monastery took him the way a large stone takes rain, simply, without questions, loud enough to frighten birds. They showed him the north cloister and the mirror that had hung there since a previous abbot decided that pilgrims did not need more words. They needed a surface that remembered how to be clear. Dust, the abbot had said, then, tapping the mirror with a finger that had worn a groove in decades, arrives on everything eventually. We don't fight it. We learn how to greet it and say goodbye. So Hao greeted and said goodbye. In the first wet season, he learned the personalities of droplets, the ones that offered themselves early, the ones that performed, the ones that clung at the edge, like a guest who wants to be asked to stay. He learned the hand pressure that welcomed a skid of moisture back into the air. He learned, most annoyingly, that the moment a surface is clean is the moment the world remembers its old habits. When asked what he was doing, he said, returning sight to a thing that forgets itself. It sounded mystical enough for visitors and honest enough for him. Sometimes he angled the mirror toward the garden, and it offered a tiny, undependable world, moss a brighter green than fairness, allows a carp's back breaking the pond into a single silver syllable, a novice's robe moving like a patient flame. Sometimes he angled it toward the sky and saw the clouds practice the modesty of geese. Sometimes, with a small private courage, he angled it toward his own face and watched the present collect where the past had been rehearsing. He was not looking for wisdom. He looked because looking was the simplest verb he had kept. The monsoon that year arrived as if the sky had misread the date and was trying to make up for it. Curtains of water were drawn and opened and drawn again. The old maple outside the scriptorium shook off its dignity and became a dancer. Rice fields, areals farther down the slope, learned how to be oceans. On the 7th day of that long rain, a boy came up the steps like a wet intention and stopped beneath the cloister eaves, shivering with the effort of being brave. He wore a shirt that had decided to be a storm of its own. His hair clung to his skull as if embarrassed. He carried in both hands something wrapped in a towel with the seriousness of an offering. "Come in," Hao said, and the boy did stepping, like someone who had been taught not to muddy other people's floors. He unwrapped the bundle. It was a round of metal, not as handsome as the monastery's mirror, with a shallow dent, like a memory that hadn't healed correctly. "My grandmother's," the boy said, and the words were mud in his mouth, heavy and honest. She used it when she left the village to cut her hair and be nobody for a while. It's been in our house by the door so we could check our faces before we went into the day. Since she died, he did not finish. He did not need to. The mirror, if it could be called that, had not been polished in years. The rain had left its breath and kept a receipt. The boy's reflection was the rumor of a face behind a fog that didn't believe in conclusions. Hao set his own mirror down and lifted the grandmother's. It had the weight of a story that had traded hands and marched through kitchens, had been held by someone in the doorway while she decided to be strong. He placed it on the low table, the way you lay a letter you are not sure you want to read. He found a second cloth and let it rest on the metal until it agreed to take warmth. He did not begin at once. He invited the boy to kneel beside him and watch Rain become less interested in being in the room. "What are you doing?" the boy asked, after a minute of nothing happening. "Listening to the water. Remember its manners," Hao said, "and letting my hands remember theirs." He began with the edge where Rust had practiced a little kingdom and spoke to it with oil, the way you speak to a tired uncle you love. He did not attack. He did not show the boy the speed he was capable of. He circled breath, agreeing with circles, pressure like the weight of a thought you do not want to crush. The cloth darkened. The boy leaned in as if the mirror might whisper forgiveness if you were close enough. Outside, the rain forgot to insist for a moment and became a steady kindness. The dent revealed itself to be more complicated than it first seemed. Someone had struck the metal with the authority of a choice they could not take back. "You can't make it smooth," the boy said, almost a dare. "No," Hao said. "I can't make it what it was, but I can let it be what it is more clearly." He worked the center last. When he reached it, the cloth caught and shivered. He changed to another cloth and another. The mirror offered a fragment, a cheek, a line, a map of pores, more intimate than anyone needs, and then lost it, again shy. The boy's breath grew louder in the way breath does when a room is doing something important to it. A novice arrived with tea and learned to put it down without asking if it would be drunk. The tea cooled enough to be honest. After a while, that could have been 10 minutes or a season, the metal gave up a more complete rumor of the boy's face. A small shape of his eye, a mouth that betrayed him by telling the truth about tenderness. He flinched when he saw it, the way people flinch when they are recognized by something that cannot be fooled. "That's me," he said, as if surprised to be present. "It is," Hao said. He did not say what he was thinking, that the mirror was learning the boy, and the boy was learning the mirror, and what was being polished was not just the metal. "Take it home," he said, when the edges shone with their own dim courage. "Keep the dent if you can." The boy wrapped the mirror in the towel again. He stood without rushing and bowed in a way that was clumsy and perfect. Before he left, he looked at the monastery's mirror, still leaning against the wall, quiet and obedient, and asked, "Why do you clean it when it will only get dirty again?" Hao smiled. "For the same reason we bathe," he said. The boy laughed, the laugh that arrives when a puzzle decides to be human. Then he ran into the rain with the mad dignity of someone who has just been given back an ordinary thing and found it extravagant. Word traveled the way honest things travel slowly through kitchens. Women came with mirrors they had used to pin hair and doubt. Men came with mirrors that had hung in restaurants and workshops, carrying the smoke of onions and engines. An old soldier brought a small shard that had outlived a much larger mirror, wrapped in cloth, as if it were a bird. He asked if it could still show anything that mattered. Hao polished it and handed it back and said, "Hold it closer," and the old man saw exactly one eye and one wrinkle and one tear and said, "That's enough." Between visitors, the rain. It came from directions he had never memorized. Some afternoons, it idle chatted. Some nights, it argued with the roof, and the roof answered with its old wooden grammar. He began in the long corridors of those storms to understand an absurd idea, and then to consider it, and then to build it with the stubborn affection carpenters have for large, unreasonable structures. He would make a mirror of rain. He started with nothing like a mirror and everything like a frame. From the shed where lumber napped, he chose timbers that had not learned arrogance. He cut and planed and joined them into a doorway with no door, a rectangle that would refuse to be permanent and ask the weather to finish it. He built a trough above the frame that could be fed by a pipe dreaming itself into the eaves with the soft theft of rain. He drilled small holes along the top beam, faithful as beads, so water guided by gravity and manners would fall in a curtain. He called the young carpenter monk from the woodshop and asked for his better eye. The young man, swollen with the courage of competence, measured, adjusted, measured again. Together, they lifted the frame into the north cloister, where the stone floor sloped toward a drain that had been waiting decades to be important. Brother the abbot said when he came to see the contraption, "What holy nonsense is this?" "A mirror," Hao said, a hole in the monastery to let the sky pass through. The abbot said, which is what faith looks like when it is in a teasing mood. Will people see themselves or lose themselves? Yes, Hao said, and the abbot laughed and put a hand on his shoulder and told him to try it and to remember to sweep. They waited for a full, generous rain because a trickle would have embarrassed the ambition. The sky obliged by becoming the color of pewter and clearing its throat. The pipe accepted its assignment. The trough filled and tipped, filled and tipped, and the holes along the beam began to say a bright, liquid sentence. Water fell in threads, so even a weaver would approve. Against the gloom of the day, the sheet of falling became silver. At first glance, it was nothing but water. Then a novice gasped, and another, and then the stoic cook put a hand to her mouth, because there in the shifting film appeared a face. Not a portrait, not a copy. A suggestion. The way a pond gives you your outline if you are gentle. You could only see yourself if you stood where the light agreed to be your friend. If you moved too much, the mirror laughed in circles and gave you back an impressionist painting of a person worth knowing anyway. But if you waited, if you let your breath examine its own temperature, if you allowed the rain to keep doing rain's job without asking it to become stone, then your face came forward, and behind it, beyond it, within it, everything else. The bamboo, the sky, the hand of the monk who had fine sanded the frame to keep splinters from making sermons. People came when the rain came. The rain mirror, they called it, because human language is not tired of naming things simply. The village sent a grandmother who had long ago stopped being fooled by promises that arrived with advertisements. She stood before the curtain of water and watched her face appear and disappear, and she nodded like someone greeting an old accomplice. A bride and groom arrived on an afternoon when thunder had decided to be a drum line. They stood together before the silver and saw themselves as they would be seen by weather, beautiful, temporary, continuous. A child jumped through and squealed and returned to discover her whole head had become rain, which seemed exactly right. The abbot came once more and saw, in the falling, his own mouth preparing to scold and then undoing the thought with a smile. "It works," he said to Hao, which is to say, it keeps not working in exactly the right way. Hao kept polishing his small mirror each morning. The rain mirror did not excuse him. He swept too, because the frame shed water all day, and the floor rehearsed being river. He learned the discipline of towels. He learned to change robes at noon. He learned that building something people love is another way to have to do laundry." He laughed, and the laundry listened. On a day when Rain had grown bored and left for the lowlands, the boy with the grandmother's mirror returned. He had grown 2 inches and an anchor. He carried the round of metal unwrapped because now he trusted what it had decided to be. It still held the dent. It showed a face that had learned the angle of his own patience. He stood before the Rain mirror and held the grandmother's mirror up to it. Water fell face within, falling within stone, within the mountain's wet breath. How watched the boy watching. The boy turned and asked, "If I keep cleaning it, will I be done?" How shook his head, not sadly. "You will be doing," he said. "That is the part we get." Evenings found the cloister humming with a quieter traffic. People came not to be fixed, not to have their sins shined into jewelry, but to see themselves without the problem of certainty. The Rain, which had never attended a philosophy seminar and would have been bored if it had did the work. No syllogism could manage. It showed that you are there and not there, and that both are acceptable. Some nights, the Rain mirror grew wild wind chewing its edges to confetti, and those nights the monks fastened ropes across the corridor and tied bells to the posts, and people laughed like sailors and watched their faces break into weather and realized they had always been weather anyway. Once late, when the monastery had folded itself into the kind of silence that chooses its own pace, How angled his small, stubborn mirror toward the Rain mirror and watched 2 kinds of seeing try to understand each other. Silver against silver, falling, answering, wiping. The old cloth lay in his lap. His hands had the faint, clean smell that tools leave when they have taught you something again. He thought of his wife's laugh. He did not try to catch it. He let it fall through the frame and come back as the shape his mouth made when he tried not to miss her too loudly. He held the small mirror until his arms grew tired, set it down, and sat in the dark longer than any instruction manual would recommend. Time is a roof with leaks you learn to love. Seasons traded their obviousness. The Rain mirror taught toddlers to be brave and old men to be kind to their knees. The small mirror taught how to stop where dust begins and to start where dust ends. Novices learned that cloth becomes holy if you use it 1,000 times for the same unglamorous purpose. The cook learned to let stew be stew without checking it every 5 minutes into submission. The abbot learned nothing and everything, which is the job. And when the rains finally thinned into a departure, when the sky rebuttoned itself, when the fish in the pond pretended to be monks by moving as if they had nowhere to be, the rain mirror slept. The frame dried, the trough forgot its duty. The holes became a row of doors waiting to be a line again. People still came and stood laughing at their habit and saw only empty wood and the courtyard beyond. Some shrugged, grateful for floors that did not require sandals to become boats. Some looked disappointed in the way you look when a friend has changed into their day clothes. A few, these were Howe's favorites, put their palms on the frame as if it were a forehead, and closed their eyes and saw behind their eyes the silver falling and their faces inside it, and the bamboo beyond, and the sky inside the bamboo, and the water inside the sky, and the breath inside their own ordinary chests, arriving and leaving, mirror and rain and cloth and hand, and this life and the next, all of it, polishing and falling, never finished, always doing good enough. Story 7. The Sleep of the Willow. The lake was not large enough to be proud. It lay like a held breath between two neighborhoods that pretended not to know each other. On one side, porches that remembered lemonade and the slow grammar of summer. On the other apartment, balconies hung with laundry that told the truth about weather. A paved path circled the water with the politeness of a visitor who does not sit without being asked. Dogs learned each other's names there. Ducks performed their ancient small theater for anyone willing to applaud quietly. In late afternoon, the light took its time, leaving, as if it had grown fond of the shallow ripples, as if it wanted to tuck them in. She found the willow the week the casseroles stopped coming. People have a way of feeding you when the world has fallen out of your hands, and of forgetting, without malice, that kitchens do not fix the missing. She had slept upright on the couch for days because the bed had become geography she could not cross. When she finally walked outside, the air smelled like rain that hadn't happened yet. She took the path without deciding and reached the far mouth of the lake, where the willow leaned into its reflection, like someone listening to a secret they haven't yet agreed to keep. The branches touched the water the way fingers touch a forehead to check for fever. She stood under the green rain of leaves and felt for the first time in weeks a softness that wasn't an insult. They had been told it was a girl at 13 weeks. They named her while stirring soup and driving and folding towels. They tried the names on their tongues, like tasting the salt of a sea they'd never seen. They chose one and didn't tell their friends yet, and told each other again in the dark to hear how it sounded when the ceiling was the only witness. Then the doctor turned a screen toward them and spoke with the careful syllables you learn in a class no one wants to take, and they became two people in a room full of machines. After the world continued with its reckless efficiency, garbage trucks observed their route. Strangers ordered coffees with foam that kept its shape. The neighbor's dog barked at nothing, while inside her body a quietness took the place where a heartbeat had been rehearsing. There are griefs that roar and griefs that hum. Hers hummed at the base of the day like a generator after a storm, a sound you stop hearing until you move away from it and wonder why the silence feels new. The willow did not ask for an account. It only offered shade. She sat with her back against its trunk and pressed both palms to the ground, as if she could discover a pressure point that would calm the entire earth. Cars passed on the far road. A child's laugh, practical and merciless, traveled across water. The leaves murmured their 1,000 agreements. She did not speak. The willow did not either. She began to come each evening, when the workday let people believe a different life was possible for a few hours. Her husband did not ask where she went. His grieving chose a different verb. He repaired a fence plank that did not need mending and organized a drawer that had thrived on a certain honest chaos. He came once, stood with his hands in his pockets, watched her sit under the willow, doing nothing, and said, "I'll be home," which was true. They were learning badly, at first, how to love someone whose sorrow did not match yours. The willow grew familiar, the way a radio station becomes a habit. Its branches fell to the ground in long, disciplined arcs. You could part them and step into a green room where the rest of the park became rumor. Children were tempted to swing on the supple whips, and the tree forgave them within reason. Old men in hats nodded to it, as if to a veteran of similar campaigns. Joggers, even the ones who measured their lives in miles, and apps slowed near it without losing a single minute. The willow made the lake feel older and the sky feel near. She brought a notebook and did not write. She brought a book and did not open it. She began to speak aloud, sometimes not to the tree, not precisely to herself, but into the shade, as if it were a person who lacked nothing and therefore could not be burdened. She told the shade her daughter's name. She said it more than once because the name changed temperature as it moved through her mouth, first like metal, then like warm wood. She told a story that had only beginnings, the lilac blanket from her own childhood she had washed and folded. The lemon socks too small for human feet. The second-hand crib that had made her cry at the thrift store for reasons that did not require grammar. When she had no sentences, she counted breaths, not to master anything, but to remember that she was still a place air could visit. One evening, a boy came to skip stones. He had the confident wrists of an 11-year-old who believes technique is a birthright. He did not see her under the green roof. He chose flat discs from the shore and whipped them sidearm. The stones kissed the lake in a series of brief marriages and moved on. After his 5th perfect skip, he noticed the shape of a person where the willow touched ground. He hesitated in the way of children learning the etiquette of other people's sadness. She solved it for him by stepping forward into the lesser shade. "You're good," she said, because it was nice to say a true thing. He shrugged in a way that disguised gratitude as indifference. "You want to try?" he asked. She took a stone and threw badly. It skipped once and sank with a plop that made them both smile. "The trick is the angle," he said, and showed her, and the next time the stone danced 3 times. They celebrated like conspirators. He left without introducing himself, as if to preserve the sacredness of a moment that couldn't survive names. After he went, she sat again, and for the first time since the hospital, she slept in the daylight like a cat who trusts a window. When she woke, the willow had shifted its shade the way an attentive friend shifts a blanket. The light made coins on the water. A breeze moved through the branches with the same careful pace nurses use when adjusting tubes at night. She went home late and did not apologize to the porch or the sink or the bed. Her husband was reading an article about something that had once mattered. He looked up, offered her the couch, and she lay beside him with her head on the femur that had run track in another century. He put a hand on her hair and left it there, which is a kind of eloquence the body never forgets. Summer turned the lake into a stage for insects. Dragonflies wrote electric cursive just above the surface, arguing with their reflections. The willow wore its leaves like a choir. She brought water in a bottle that had lost its label. She brought crackers she forgot to eat. She brought the blankness that had begun to soften at the edges into something less like absence and more like a quiet room with a door left open. Some days she cried without drama, like someone watering the ground. Some days she did the laundry of her mind, folding and refolding the same shirt until the creases admitted their purpose. Some days she only watched the gap between ripples widen and felt inside a widening that did not terrify her. There was a morning, weeks later, when she found an envelope pinned to the willow with a twig. Inside was a simple card for the child with a name. The willow knows. No signature. She looked around as if kindness might still be visible, like heat above whoever had left it. The park, unhelpful, behaved as a park. A man threw a ball for a dog with outlaw joy. The maintenance crew conferred about a stuck valve as if democracy were possible. She touched the trunk in thanks. The bark was cool and not interested in being thanked. The first storm of August came loud to prove it knew how. The town's phones sang their weather chorus. Windows learned to be drums. She sat under the willow anyway, because staying home felt like betrayal, and because branches are better at holding fear than ceiling corners are. The rain stitched the lake into one piece. A bolt ripped the sky open in a way that never stops impressing. She flinched and then laughed with a mouth that remembered how. The willow's leaves shook like tin bells. She thought of her daughter as a fish, a bright idea moving kindly through water she would never see. She closed her eyes and felt the thunder in her bones, the way you feel the bass inside a song when someone else is driving and the road is kind. When the storm moved east, the willow dropped water in a slow applause. Her husband began to come on Sundays. He brought a thermos with coffee that always tasted slightly of memory. On their first shared afternoon, he told her what he had been doing in his head, making lists, building schedules, stacking tasks against the emptiness. I thought if I made enough columns, the columns would add up to a bridge, he said. She nodded. I tried to sit very still and be a harbor, she said. The boat still left. They didn't solve anything. They held the thermos between them and traded sips and let the lake be the lake. A duck came to investigate their potential as givers of bread. They apologized for not having any and promised to do better without meaning it. On their way home, he took her hand at the traffic light because some gestures prefer red. The willow began to teach her seasons from the inside. In September, the leaves yellowed from the tips, a quiet surrender. She watched a single leaf detach from the world and circle down a small choreography perfected over eons and never shown off. She thought not with the tongue, but with the ribs about the day that was coming, whether she counted or not the child's due date. Her calendar had learned not to make marks around it, but her body had not signed the treaty. She asked the willow if there was a right way to live through that day. The willow, consistent, did not answer in sentences. It lifted a small wind through itself, and that wind touched her cheek and left her a little more here. When the day arrived, she brought a blanket and no plan. The air had the soft crispness of apples before you bite them. She sat beneath the willow in that green room that had become a chapel for people who needed a God who did not insist on being named. She said her daughter's name once, and then again, the way you ring a bell twice to let a sound learn where to live. She closed her eyes and listened to nothing in particular. After a while, she felt something like a thought fall through her. It did not pretend to be revelation. It was smaller, more useful. I am allowed to carry her without carrying this day alone. She opened her eyes and drew her knees up and rested her chin and watched the lake accept the sun without arguing. And then, because Grace is an expert at choosing ordinary disguises, the willow began to drop its leaves more earnestly. They fell without choreography, messy and exact. Some landed on her blanket, a yellow alphabet she didn't try to arrange. Some landed on the water as boats small enough to carry nothing but a yes. She noticed without deciding that the falling was not a mourning. It was an exchange. Branch lightened, ground brightened. The space between the tree and the lake filled with slowly descending proof that letting go has a shape you can sit inside. A woman she had seen a dozen times, but never as a person, stopped on the path a nurse by the looks of her shoes and the way she scanned a scene for needs. She held a paper cup with the logo of a coffee chain that survived by not sleeping. "Do you want a muffin?" the nurse asked, as if muffins might be the hinge on which a day turns. She almost said no out of habit, and then said yes out of a different habit she was learning, accepting small kindnesses as if they were correctly sized miracles. They ate from opposite ends of blueberry and talked about nothing loudly enough for both of their lives to hear. The nurse eventually said, "I come here after nights. The willow takes the buzz out of my bones." She nodded. "It takes the ache out of the clock," she said, and they liked each other without the fuss of exchanging numbers. Winter did what winter is hired to do. The willow slept standing up. The branches looked brittle without being so. The lake put on ice thin enough to forgive children for testing it with a toe. She came less often because faces freeze into masks in certain winds, but she came. Snow arrived on a day that almost didn't deserve it, and made the world an apology no one had requested. The willow wore white like a temporary vow. The green room became a white tent. She stood under it and felt the silence that arrives when the city forgets itself. It wasn't a religious silence, not exactly. It was the stillness of a heart that had worked too hard, learning a new beat, and had earned a minute without a metronome. She and her husband learned to say the daughter's name in the kitchen. They learned to say it before sleep without it becoming a hammer. They learned to say it when they laughed, because grief that refuses laughter becomes a tyrant. They tried to plant a lilac in the yard and failed, and tried again and failed better. They bought a small ornament for a tree they didn't put up and hung it on a lamp and called it devout. On Sundays, they kept the thermos appointment, even when the lake looked like it belonged to someone with more winter experience than either of them had purchased. Spring came the way it comes in climates that have earned it rude, generous, ready to get on with it. The willow exhaled green in a single week and made the air taste young. The boy who taught her to skip stones reappeared taller and with a haircut that believed in second chances. He waved like acquaintances in old movies. She waved back with the particular pride of women who have watched boys survive another season. Ducks scandalized themselves with courtship. Joggers returned in t-shirts, and the earnest hope that this year would be the one. The willow threw shade like a magnanimous aunt who knows that forgiveness is not an event, but a weather pattern. She made a small ritual on the day that would have been a birthday. Rituals don't need permission to be legitimate. She brought a ribbon the color of lemon socks and tied it low where children might find it later and think it belonged to their own story. She brought a paper boat she folded with unskilled tenderness and pushed it into the water. It sailed 3 feet and became a lesson in absorption. She laughed. She cried. She put her hand on the trunk and told her daughter, whose name she did not whisper anymore, about the nurse and the boy and the ducks and the way her husband had begun to hum in the mornings. She told the tree nothing it needed, but telling was the point. There are people who distrust trees because trees do not consult them before changing. She had once been one of those people, in a small way, a lover of plans, an arranger of shelves, a calendar that pleased itself. The willow did not make her disbelieve in plans. It taught her a different grammar, that you can both root and sway, that you can carry green you intend to release, that you can be held by a body that pretends to be a lake and a sky that forgets its edges and an afternoon that refuses to apologize for ending. Some days she left the park thinner, but it was the thinness of a peel removed not of something stolen. Some days she left with a pebble and put it on the windowsill to remind the kitchen that outside exists. Some days She left nothing behind but breath. Years began to stack without becoming heavy. The lilac finally learned the address. Friends had babies, and she bought gifts without bleeding. Other friends miscarried, and she sat with them without instructing. She and her husband fought about the same old thing, and then about a new one, and then remembered abruptly and with humility who they were together before the lake taught them how to sit. He started coming alone on Wednesdays to stand under the willow and count to 50 slowly. He didn't tell her, and that felt right. The nurse retired from nights and grew tomatoes badly on a balcony and brought one to the park to eat over the course of an hour, salt shaker in her pocket, like a good secret. The boy grew into a young man who threw a ring across water toward someone kind and held hands as if hands had invented him. On an evening clean enough to require no polishing, she came later than usual. The light was already thinking of leaving. The willow brushed the water with a gesture that had nothing to do with her and everything to do with how she breathed. She sat. Ducks wrote their little Sanskrit. A child tried to climb one of the lower branches, and a parent negotiated courage with safety without making either a villain. She closed her eyes and listened to the green. Inside that listening, a sentence arrived that did not need punctuation. I am not carrying this alone. It surprised her by being plural. It included the husband at home rinsing blueberries, the nurse somewhere practicing retirement, the boy who knew the angle, the strangers who had left a card, the tree, the water, the sky that would weather her when she couldn't weather herself. When she opened her eyes, the willow was letting go again. Late summer, early hint of fall, a few leaves ahead of the choir. One leaf in an act of theatrical timing that the world allows when it is feeling kind, loosened exactly above her and came down slow enough for breath to keep up. She caught it without trying. It lay on her palm like a small, forgiving hand. She didn't look for signs. She had graduated without ceremony from needing the universe to be obvious. She just held the leaf and let it be made of everything it was made, of sky rain, day tree, the long engineering of chlorophyll and chance. She kissed it the way you kiss a forehead in a doorway. She set it on the water and watched it move toward the middle of the lake without hurrying. When she went home, the porch light made a circle on the steps. Her husband was not waiting with an expression that demanded a report. He was shelling peas into a bowl the way men in photographs used to polish shoes. She washed her hands for no reason that would hold up in court, then helped him. They ate a supper that did not pretend to be important. They went to bed and she slept on the geography that once felt unpassable. She dreamed of a green room under a sky that had put its hand on her head and said, without language, "Rest." And in the morning, because morning insists, she woke into the practical day with its pens and shoes and emails and the unglamorous diligence of getting through. The lake kept being a lake. The willow kept practicing its slow, generous bow. The ducks kept auditioning for the role of eternal recurrence. Somewhere, a ribbon brightened where small hands could find it. Somewhere, a paper boat surrendered with grace. Somewhere, a boy taught someone else the angle. She put on her coat, even though it was not quite cooled enough, and found in the pocket she never uses a single leaf. She had forgotten. She had forgotten. She pressed it between the pages of a book that had been waiting a long time to be useful in exactly this way. If you go to that lake, you might see a woman under the willow who looks like anyone. You might not notice the way the light has learned her name. You might think you are only passing through. You would be right. You are always only passing through. But if you stand for a minute in the green room, if you let the leaves draw a curtain around the ordinary, if you let your breath remember how to be round, you may hear the simplest liturgy trees can offer, that love is not stopped by endings, that grief is a season that breeds other seasons, that sleep, when it finally comes, is not surrender, but the body's way of laying itself down under a kind sky. And when you leave, you may take nothing but a quieter step, and that will be more than a souvenir. It will be the willow practicing in you a slight, sweet bow, a permission to rest without asking who gave it. Story 8. The Bridge of Sighs. The river was mostly an argument with memory now. In spring, it remembered how to be water rehearsed. A gleam carried sticks the way a child carries new words. By late summer, it forgot again, dwindled to a stitched ribbon of puddles where dragonflies practiced their blue handwriting. The town had learned to walk across it without ceremony, shoes scuffing the stones, talk sliding from weather to prices to the small politics of the day. And yet, this was the thing people only noticed if they were not trying to impress anyone each time someone crossed the old bed. A sigh rose. Not the theatrical kind, not the kind that asks for witnesses. A simple exhale that admitted the shape of the world and the shape of a person inside it had never quite learned to match. A carpenter named Raphael kept hearing those sighs. He rented a workshop that had been a feed store, then a repair shop, then a place where somebody sold spare dreams out of boxes. The big doors stuck in the humidity like a stubborn memory. Inside, boards lined up like sentences, hand tools that remembered what metal used to be a radio, that refused to choose between stations. He made cabinets for kitchens that pretended to be larger tables for couples learning where to sit, shelves for people who kept finding books in their hands after midnight. He mended chairs the way a neighbor mends a story firm, where it needs to be forgiving, where the years have rubbed away insistence. He was good with hidden hardware, bad with invoices, and excellent at telling when someone was asking for a piece of wood and when they were asking not to be alone. One morning in late September, with a sky the color of primer and a breeze that had been out walking since dawn, Raphael set down a plank and walked to the river. It lay between the town square and the warehouses, a shallow cut the color of old coins. People crossed at the narrowest point. They didn't slow for it, but their breathing did. He stood on one bank and listened. The sighs were music if you didn't force them, alto tenor, sometimes a small soprano. He thought of the way a floor sings when you find the joist, the way a room shifts its weight when you move a couch, the way a house teaches you where to step if you live there long enough to deserve lessons. He thought a bridge. He returned to the shop with the idea like a warm nail in his pocket, something you don't touch often because it will do its work on its own. Bridges in this town were pragmatic. They did not enjoy being admired. The county had a catalog span load budget. He had built one years ago out near the orchards, a good bridge that did its job so perfectly no one remembered who had made it. This one, he suspected, had a different assignment. Not to carry trucks, to carry sighs. He drew plans. Then he didn't. He stared at a blank page the way you stare at a sky that's trying to decide whether to rain. He stacked a few boards to see how the grain wanted to talk. He made coffee that tasted like a compromise and left it untouched. By afternoon, he accepted that a bridge is a conversation, not a decree. He pulled a stool outside and watched crossings. A woman in green sandals, balancing a bag of lemons, sighed like someone remembering a song. A man with a lunch pail sighed from the bottom of his boot soles. Two teenagers laughed, then sighed, because laughter and sighing share a border. A dog trotted. Sighed, shook its collar, as if to return a key. Raphael made no notes. He let the sound draw a curve inside him. The first stake in the ground went in on a Monday that smelled like cut hay. He pounded it until it agreed to stand upright and hold dignity. A city inspector stopped by with a clipboard and a good heart. "Permit?" she asked, polite as a doorknob. Raphael handed her a folder that had been assembled by someone who believed in both rules and exceptions. She read, paged, smiled. "You're building for pedestrians only." "And their breaths," he said, not to be clever, but because he had forgotten how to answer any other way. She looked at the riverbed, looked at the sky, looked at Raphael, the way you look at a stranger you have decided to trust for no reliable reason. "All right," she said. "Just don't block the flood when it remembers itself." Lumber arrived, like a choir. Douglas fir, a few beams of reclaimed oak, with nail holes, like stigmata cypress, that had a patient smell. He set them on sawhorses and listened with his hands. The first arch he bent with steam, coaxing the wood, like you coax a tired truth into telling itself. Boards protested, then relented, finding a new shape that somehow felt older than the first. He built the ribs on both banks and let them lean toward each other, like two people deciding to believe in the middle. He chose a deck width that asked for unhurried feet. He planned railings that allowed a palm to rest and learn the grain. He cut the balusters a little farther apart than code would prefer and negotiated with the inspector. People need to see the water, even when it's mostly rocks. Neighbors wandered by with opinions, as neighbors must. Make it taller. Make it covered. Paint it red. He didn't say no. He let the town talk itself into listening. A boy offered $10 from a jar labeled savings, not sure what bridges cost. Raphael took $1 and pressed the other 9 back into the boy's hand. "For snacks," he said, and the boy nodded solemnly, as if funding snacks were a sacred civic duty. A woman from the cafe brought a tray of sandwiches and an hour of gossip that turned unexpectedly into the story of her brother, who had left without explanation and returned years later with one sentence that didn't fix anything but let mornings begin again. She left a napkin with a phone number and a call if you need a ladder in a handwriting that made room for mistakes. By the second week, the skeleton spanned the dry bed. Raphael worked alone when the light got thin. He liked to hear the creak and give of wood, negotiating new responsibilities. The town's sighs kept coming. He started to think in their rhythm, the tap of the mallet, the scrape of the plane, the inhale out of habit, the exhale out of truth. He sanded the handrail for a long time, more than necessary, until his palm slid the length without catching. He remembered his mother's admonition, "If it touches skin, make it kind," and smiled, because some lessons only grow larger with years. At dusk, a stranger appeared, a woman with a canvas satchel and boots that had known real mud. She stood midway along the bank, watching the shape of the bridge think itself into being. "You're building a listening post," she said, half to him, half to the river. He nodded. She introduced herself, Sora, a sound engineer who wandered collecting the ways places breathe. She asked if she could put up small microphones for a week. Nothing that would frighten birds. He said yes, because the bridge had already refused to be only his. Each morning, she came to check her quiet devices. Each evening, she sat with him on the bank and played back the day trucks in the square deep as whales, the tiny zipper of a sparrow's wing, the hush of late afternoon, and woven through it all, unobtrusive as a thread in a sleeve, the sighs. "They cluster," she said, showing him a pattern no eye could draw. "Here where you've placed the first rise, and here at the crest." Raphael touched the air where she pointed and felt a weight he had been measuring without naming. He made small changes, a longer step, up a shallower crown, a place on the crest where the rail widened just enough to invite elbows. He built a bench into the mid-span, low-facing upstream, with slats spaced so light could speak between them. He carved on the underside, where only a curious hand would find it, a tiny sentence: "You are allowed to arrive tired." He didn't tell anyone about it. He liked the idea that the bridge itself would tell. The day they set the final plank, the river surprised everyone by remembering rain 10 miles north. A thin, brown current stitched through the stones like a patient needle. Children shouted the way children do when the world demonstrates that it still has tricks. Raphael stood on the finished deck and felt the mild sway, and felt beneath that the larger steadiness of the banks, and beneath that the deeper steadiness of the earth that would outlast every plan he could devise. He took off his hat. He breathed. They didn't have a ribbon cutting. The town had learned by accident that not everything needs a first photograph. People simply started using the bridge. They walked onto it mid-conversation and slowed as the boards took their weight. They paused at the crest because the view there had been made to pause you. Without embarrassment, the warehouses gentled by distance, the square with its fountain agreeing to be less proud, the sky practicing evenings. Sighs rose, but they were different now, less weary, more like opening a window after painting a room. Sora recorded for another week, and then made him listen to the change. "You adjusted the tone," she said. "I just gave them a place to put it," he said, and then didn't say anything, because sometimes humility is only the best angle of truth. The bench became a confessional that required no priest. A nurse sat there after nights inhaled the scent of sap and dust, let a day in fluorescent light drain through the gaps between slats. An older man with a cane arranged his steps until the wood's rhythm agreed with his own, and then told a stranger about the house he had left and the house that had left him. Teenagers came with secrets and sat far enough apart to prove they weren't together until their hands discovered they were. A woman with a stroller drank coffee and read half a page and read the same half a page again and smiled, because repetition is also a kind of rest. A traveler with a backpack stood at the crest, looking not at the view, but at his shoes, and made a sound that was not quite a prayer, not quite relief, not quite surrender. The bridge kept the sound and did not gossip. He added small things, wind chimes at the far posts tuned to a key the river seemed to prefer. A brass disc on each rail, warm to the touch in sun, engraved not with plaques of ego, but with verbs. Lean, pause, listen. Cosa. He set a little box near the bank with pencils and thin cedar tags, and people wrote words and tied them to the railings with twine, single sentences that let weight climb out of a chest and into air. I'm sorry. I'm trying. It's over. It began. I miss you. I made it home. When rain came, the cedar darkened, and the words looked braver. Winter taught the bridge another register. Frost made the deck a glitter you could walk through, careful as if visiting a polite heaven. The riverbed, iced in plates, broke and mended, argued softly with itself. Raphael came with sand and a broom, whistling badly, making the boards safe. He carried a small flask he didn't need and a thermos he did. Sometimes he sat on the bench alone and let his own breath find the pitch the town had been giving him for months. He thought of a woman he had once loved and not married, and realized without drama that missing and gratitude can sit on either end of a plank and not break it. He laughed once in the cold, because some understanding is warmer than mittens. One night, the river, remembering spring in an ambitious mood, rose quickly. Phones lit up. The inspector called. "Your bridge," she said, calm with the calm that gets people safely across roads. He threw on boots, ran. The water took. The short way climbed the banks, pressed its shoulder into the new work. The bridge rose, a fraction, breathed the way a boat breathes at a dock. Raphael put a hand on the rail and felt the force translate through wood into iron, into stone, into him. He spoke to the bridge the way you speak to a skittish horse. You've got it. You've got it. In the morning, the river calmed. The bridge had held. Bits of leaf and memory hung from the rail, like proof. He patted a post. "Good," he said, with the stupid tenderness you reserve for things that have saved you and not asked for thanks. After the flood, someone hung a ribbon of blue cloth on the crest. It fluttered there through the week as if to show what wind looks like when it remembers color. A boy with a recorder came and played a thin, earnest tune, cheeks serious, and the bridge accepted the melody like weather. A woman spread a small blanket, took off her shoes, and let the boards teach her feet a different map. Sora returned with a gift: headphones and a short track stitched from months of recordings. The town before the town. After the sighs, as they learned a new vowel. He put the headphones on, closed his eyes, heard his neighbors breathing without names, and felt something in his chest set down a worry he hadn't realized he was carrying about whether the world ever changes at all. He carved one more sentence hidden again where hands might find it. Built to listen. The inspector found it by accident when she leaned under to check a bolt and laughed in such a way that paperwork forgave them both for many future sins. Children began to discover the messages, the way children always discover secrets, by crouching where adults won't, by touching what adults admire from a distance. They traced the letters with dirty fingers and went home and wrote them on paper and called them spells. Sometimes, when he swept people, thanked him as if he had invented safety, he would nod. Because refusing a thank you can bruise its giver. But he knew better. He had given the town a place to do a thing it already knew how to do. The sighs had been there before the bridge, small migrations of weather out of ribs into afternoon. Now they had a deck, a crest, a bench, cedar, tags, a width that made two people walk together who might otherwise have passed with practiced loneliness. The bridge did not fix anyone. It gave their breathing a precise address. In time, the river will choose a new contract with rain. In time, boards will tire, and someone, maybe a kid whose dollar bought snacks, and then years will plane a new handrail, will sand it to kindness. Again, will learn the smell of sap, waking in heat. In time, Raphael will grow slower, his joints a ledger of hours. He will cross with a cane, will pause at the crest, will sigh, will smile at the curve of that sound, recognizing his own work echoed back to him from other lungs. And after he is gone, people will still cross and still pause and still let air leave their bodies in a way that admits the day and opens a small gate to the next. If you are passing through on your way to a job that artfully forgets you by 5 o'clock, or on your way from an argument to a kindness step onto the plank. Let the boards answer your weight. When you reach the middle place, your palms on the rail, as if learning a handshake, look upstream, even if there's no water, especially if there's no water. Breathe without editing. If a sigh comes, let it. The bridge will keep it for a moment and then return it to the sky. And when you move on, your step may be a half shade lighter, not because anything ended, but because something was heard. Story 9. The bird that forgot its song. The city had its own birdsong sirens in minor keys, buses sighing at corners, shoes practicing percussion on concrete. Somewhere under that loud plumage of noise, there were smaller notes that rarely got time on the air. A hinge that squeaked the same 3 pitches each morning. A tea kettle announcing the hour, as if the house were a small station on a quiet line. A child's whistle, searching for a tune without insisting it be found. On the roof of a 5-story building where brick remembered, soot and fire escapes practiced their solemn ladders. A woman kept a narrow garden in long boxes, tomatoes that accepted the wind's opinion, rosemary that smelled like the history of kitchens, and an open dish of water where sparrows came to argue. She had come to the roof first for survival years, back when the apartment below filled with the stale breath of a winter that wouldn't make up its mind. And then she stayed, because the sky had agreed to meet her halfway up. She brought a chair that used to be yellow, a book that forgave rereading, and a small kit she carried to her work at the clinic: bandages, tiny scissors, a roll of tape the color of unpronounced vowels. By day, she was a speech therapist, the kind that listens for the door. A voice is afraid to open. By evening, she was simply someone who liked to watch things grow, even when they didn't owe her proof. The bird arrived the way weather does, already happening, then suddenly noticed. It wasn't much to look at, which is to say it was perfect. Brown mottled into browner a throat, with a white thought scribbled beneath it, a beak sharp enough to make grammar. It landed on the railing one April afternoon, when the air was new enough to be naive. It hopped, tested, tilted its head, with the calculation of someone measuring risk against thirst, then bent to the dish. She held her breath in the old human superstition that stillness is a bribe. The bird drank like a person, learning how to be careful with joy. Then it opened its beak. Nothing came out. Not a cheep, not a fragment, not even the thin, metallic noise you get when you drag a finger down the teeth of a comb and believe you have invented music. The bird's throat moved. The air remained, the air unmoved. It looked as startled as she felt, and then, with an embarrassed flutter, retreated to the wire where laundry lines went to retire. There it sat, a small punctuation mark at the end of a sentence nobody had heard. She told herself this was her clinic mind looking for a patient. She reminded herself that not everything broken is her to carry. She watered the tomatoes as if this would keep them honest. The next day, the bird returned, and the next, each time mouthing a silence so precise it might have been a vow. She placed seeds in a shallow tray and watched it eat with the suspicion of a creature who assumes debts are attached to generosity. She hummed once on purpose to see if the bird would borrow a note. It didn't. Its beak opened and closed like someone learning to say help in a language that hasn't been invented. When you listen for a living, you acquire habits. She made a list she didn't plan to use: trauma, illness, poison, wrong season, wrong species, a song stolen by the city and not returned. Then she set the list aside and did the simpler thing. She showed up at the same hour each evening and sat without trying to be a savior. The bird came. The air held. The roof collected a long, quiet conversation that had no words for its success. Down on the street, the world practiced urgency. A truck beeped itself backward into usefulness. A woman argued kindly on her phone with someone who had not yet learned the math of contrition. A man sold mango slices with lime and salt to people who wanted their tongues to remember summer early. She thought of the children at the clinic, their voices shy as new leaves, their triumphs measured not in applause, but in the way a consonant finally agreed to stand up straight. She had learned to wait without making a theater of it. She began to wait with the bird. A week later, the sky decided to be theatrical and sent rain in silver threads. She carried the chair inside, left the seed tray where the eaves would negotiate. The bird arrived anyway, shook itself under the lip of the roof like a small umbrella, and watched. She watched back. "Okay," she said. "We're wet." It tilted its head to accept this diagnosis. Then, without the smallest ceremony, it opened its beak and released a sound so thin you could have mistaken it for the whistle a bottle makes when you uncap it too quickly. It wasn't a note, not yet. It was the idea of a note. The smallest filament of tone stretched between two poles she could not name. She laughed, which is a kind of rain all its own. The bird startled, then tried again. This time, a ghost of sound made it halfway into the shared weather before dissolving. She nodded, as if it had just read a difficult paragraph out loud. "Yes," she said. Again. The bird obliged, not because it knew English, but because persistence is the oldest language breath has. They rehearsed nothing. They rehearsed everything. It became the evening's discipline. She would sit, drink tea that had already decided to be lukewarm, and do nothing noticeable. The bird would arrive, stand triand, sometimes fail, and sometimes produce a sound delicate as the seam on a soap bubble. On days when the city shouted, the bird improved. On days when the city was kind, it forgot. She recognized the pattern. Recovery is fond of the inconvenient. A neighbor discovered their arrangement and decided to contribute by bringing a small radio that played classic jazz at a volume that won custody of the breeze. She thanked him and turned it down to where the trumpet was a rumor and the bass was a reminder that songs are built on patience. The bird listened, head moving in short notations. It did not imitate. It did not need to. It was building a different instrument, one that would not borrow the mouth of a horn or the hands of a pianist, only a throat, a wind, an intention. One afternoon, a hawk passed above, slicing the sky with the boredom of a professional. The roof put itself on pause. The sparrows who liked to brag in the mornings disappeared into their commas of brick. The silent bird flattened smaller than fear. She did not speak. She practiced stillness as if she had always meant to. The hawk decided not today and moved on. The bird resumed occupying its outline. She exhaled the breath she had been holding and heard in her own ribs the long education of panic becoming air again. After the hawk improvements came in lopsided increments. A rasp one day, a thread of tone the next. Then, because bodies are braver than their owners, remember a proper note, thin, surprised by its own existence, and the instant honest silence that follows any miracle that wants to live. She clapped once softly. The bird pecked at the railing as if embarrassed, and like a shy child, sang again exactly when she looked away. She began to take notes by accident, a date in the corner of a seed packet, the word almost on the back of a receipt. She recorded nothing else because measuring can wound what is trying to be born. Down at the clinic, a boy named Milo finally found the R in green and grinned with all his teeth, and she carried that grin to the roof and placed it beside the dish like a second offering. The bird drank, eyed the grin cautiously, and released a note that was almost a pair for Milo's. On Sundays, the building's super came up to smoke a cigarette he never admitted to owning. He stood with the stance of a man who knows how to fix a leak and cannot fix the reason people keep calling leaks disasters. He listened. Maybe it doesn't want to sound like the others, he said, surprising both of them. Maybe it's supposed to find a different song. She filed the sentence with the things you don't force into wisdom, because they have already done the work. Summer learned itself while nobody was watching. The tomatoes put on red like a carnival. The rosemary insisted on remembering rain, even when there was none. And the city's heat pressed itself into brick, as if writing a letter without vowels. The bird, whose season was always the present, tried a small string of notes and startled into flight, as if chased by its own courage. Later at dusk, it returned and sang 3 notes in a row, so clean, even the laundry lines felt washed. She didn't cheer. She closed her eyes, the way you do when a prayer wanders into the room uninvited, and you want to make it feel at home. She began to hear the neighborhood's other singers, the woman on the 3rd floor, who practiced scales, as if negotiating with glass. The kid on the corner, whose bicycle bell preferred a syncopation. Nobody taught it. The vendor who called paletas with a minor third that would have made a composer rearrange his day. The city did not quiet. It harmonized. The bird braided its line somewhere through that net of noise, not on top, not below, but exactly within the way a hand finds a pocket. One night, sleepless for no new reason, she climbed to the roof at 2 a.m. The sky had taken off its decoration and left on only the lamp over the river and a few stars that had hired themselves to the city on a long contract. Wind walked around without a destination and then pretended it had planned it that way. The bird was there already, a silhouette with a heartbeat. It opened its beak and released a ribbon of sound so fine it was almost not sound anymore, a kind of silver thread tying her to the air. It wove 2 measures, then 3, then stopped. In the space it left, the city exhaled. She felt in a place behind her sternum where explanations pack their bags, something loosen that had been overworking for months. "Thank you," she said, and believed in the kind of reciprocity that doesn't embarrass either giver or receiver. Because the world is fond of contrast, the bird disappeared for 3 days. That is the length of absence required for love to rehearse its terrors. She checked the roof each evening and practiced not naming worry. On the 4th day, it came back with dust on its back and a feather missing like a tooth. She set the dish down with a steadiness she had not earned. It drank, ate, shook, and then sang the shortest phrase she had ever heard that still counted as a song, 2 notes touching noses. She laughed without relief, because relief would have made the bird responsible for her lungs. "Gone adventuring," she said. It ignored the question the way the best companions do. A child in the building learned about the bird. and arrived with advice. "Play it this," he said, holding out a phone loaded with tutorials for everything a human could possibly want to be. Birdsong 5 hours. She took the phone, considered the generosity, and turned the volume down until the recordings were small as distant rain. The bird did not imitate. It sang its small phrase and then added a stitch to it, as if encouraged by the idea of a world in which other songs have also survived. The rooftop garden became a place where people came to not fix things. The super brought a chipped ashtray and left it as a shrine to bad habits retired without ceremony. The neighbor with the radio learned to tune between stations and offer only the soft hiss that proves the air is full of possibilities. A nurse with the night shift came up and stood with her hands in her pockets and let her shoulders change temperature. A man who used to be married arrived with a piece he didn't know how to wear and asked nothing of anyone. They didn't speak much. They tried not to make the roof into a club that required passwords. They let the bird be the center, without being the point. By late August, the bird's voice had a personality, a small, clean line that preferred to land on notes other birds avoided, as if choosing shade on purpose. It sang early, a bright thread in the fabric of dawn, and again at the hour when the city tried to convince everyone it was almost done being itself. It never sang long. It never sang loudly. It never apologized for either. She realized with the clinical part of her mind that likes maps because maps are faithful liars that the bird would never sound like the others, and that this was not a disability. It was an address. She began to carry that address into the clinic with a confidence that did not need swagger. When a girl wanted to sound like the girl, seated 2 chairs away, she said, "Your vowels are already beautiful." When a boy tried to grind his S into the shape of a secret, she said, "Let it be soft." She noticed that sometimes the room became a roof, and sometimes a bird flew through it and left behind a line of music that would not wash off. And she did not insist anyone else see the feather. In September, a wind came that had been practicing all summer. It brought a sky emptied of anecdote and a rumor of weather from the west. She anchored the tomato cages with string that remembered being rope. She tied the rosemary to the railing, like a patient being wheeled down a hall. The bird arrived, tossed by the wind, into a different plan, and clung. She put out her hand without thinking, and it landed there, an accident of fear and physics, light, as something she should have known all along. She didn't move. It didn't either. They agreed for one breath to be creatures built of the same borrowed air. Then it lifted, joined the wind's stubborn lesson, and found the railing again. She sat heart making a case for drums and laughed softly, because sometimes the world gives you metaphor with both hands. Autumn made the city honest. Leaves practiced humility. The river remembered how to carry its edges without spilling. She bought a new dish because the old one had earned retirement, and wrote with a marker that preferred permanence a word on the bottom where only the sky could read its stay. The bird sang the two-note phrase, then three, then once, only once, a small run of notes that sounded like the last light caught in a bottle. Someone forgot on a windowsill. She didn't chase it. The note didn't repeat. Some gifts are at their best unsupervised. The first cold day brought the hawk again, a geometry drawn by hunger. The roof rehearsed its fear. The bird did not flatten. It stepped into shadow and waited with the practiced elegance of a creature who has memorized survival. The hawk passed uninterested in lessons. She exhaled. She thought of the kids at the clinic, their small skills growing new muscles in rooms that smelled like hand sanitizer and pencil shavings, and she wanted to tell the hawk that here tonight was not a good night for metaphors. The hawk, illiterate in human essays, went to be a hawk elsewhere. The small bird sang a note so brief you could have mistaken it for a crack in the air. Winter took the roof seriously. Snow laid its white palm on the city and declared a truce no one had requested. She kept the dish unfrozen with hot water from a kettle whose handle was planning to fail. The bird came less, which is how absence educates devotion. When it did arrive, it wore the cold like a ceremony and accepted heat the way pride learns to accept a coat. It sang not at all. And then on a Sunday that smelled like sweaters, it lifted a thread of sound through the steam, an embroidery of breath on a window. No one had agreed to fog. She closed her eyes to make space for the note to live a little longer. When she opened them, the bird had gone, leaving seed hulls like punctuation on a quiet paragraph. Spring returned with its ridiculous confidence. The city obeyed. The roof remembered its green job. She planted hopeful things. The bird arrived with the professionals, took its place, and sang as if the winter had been only a rehearsal for how to be brief and accurate. It never learned volume. It never learned showmanship. It sang when the seam between day and night needed suturing, and when the morning remembered to be generous. She discovered she no longer waited for more. Enough had changed shape. On a night warm enough to open every window, like a book the neighbors gathered, with no planning, which is the only kind of planning that works for weather. someone brought watermelon. Someone else brought the memory of fireflies from a childhood that took place under larger skies. The radio offered nothing in particular, and therefore everything. The bird sang its thin ribbon of yes, and the roof sang back with forks on plates, and laughter that did not audition for the future. She sat with her chair slightly tilted toward the edge where sky begins, and felt something she would not name balance inside her, a small, accurate piece, the size of a sparrow, the weight of a note. If you climb such a roof someday, perhaps because a friend swears there is a garden where tomatoes talk to the wind, you might see a dish of water with a word written where only angels and birds can read it. You might hear a thin line of music tying two bricks together. You might mistake it for a pipe leaking, or a hinge doing its old trick, or your own breath becoming visible for a second. You will be forgiven for all these mistakes. The city will go on singing its large, various choir. Somewhere within it, if you hold still in a way that is neither stiff nor heroic, you will hear a bird that forgot its song, and then, by staying, built a new one from the smallest materials, air-effort companionship, the refusal to hurry, the courage to be quiet and still be heard. And when you go back down the stairs into the human day, with its elevators and emails and useful lies, you may carry the tone without knowing. You may speak softer to someone who is learning to find the shape of their own sound. You may open your beak at a meeting and allow silence to precede your words by exactly 1 beat longer than is considered professional. You may hum while the kettle gathers itself. You may catch yourself listening for something you can't name, and then realize, suddenly kindly, that the listener you were waiting for has arrived and has your face. Then the city loud, imperfect practicing will feel for the length of a small, brave note, like a room you are allowed to rest inside. Story 10. The Room Where the Wind Sleeps. He had tried every room a person could. But try the tiled echo of basements, the reverent hush of churches. After the hymnals, closed the late-night hum of laundromats, where tumble and rinse softened even harsh thoughts, the boxy abdomens of cars idling by riverbanks, the drafty attics that kept their own weather, the way old houses keep secrets. He had tried closets, good ones with wool that swallowed sound, and bad ones that smelled like dust, making a second career. He had tried headphones, white noise, pink noise, brown noise, choir noise, and the ocean that never stops working. Overtime for insomnia. In every space, the wind had a talent for finding him and reminding him in whistles, in throats of door frames, in the arithmetic of trees against gutters that it owed him nothing, and he could not direct it like musicians. His work was listening. Not the kind that takes microphones on tour and persuades applause to behave, but the older kind building instruments and recording the world the way it wants to be heard. In another decade, he would have been the apprentice in a back room shaving bridges for violins and tapping spruce to learn which pieces had strong spines. Now he moved between small studios and the mouths of canyons, cradling portable recorders like good bread hunting for the intact sound of a place when it thinks no one is paying attention. On a winter afternoon, with a sky the color of boiled milk, he took the road that braided up into the hills and parked where frost had tattooed the weeds. The cabin he'd been told about stood with the dignity of something that has already outlived 3 mistakes. Someone at a diner had said, "If you're looking for a room to catch the wind asleep, it's up there," and laughed at himself because sentences shouldn't have to carry that much poetry to be true. The cabin's planks showed their age, like a person who has made peace with mirrors. The porch had a stoop that had memorized the angle of arrival. He shouldered his case and stepped through a door that accepted him without credentials. Inside, the air had the clear smell of old pine and older winters. A stove sat with its belly quiet. A table waited under a window that remembered the West. The place was not empty exactly. It was finished being filled. He set the recorder on the table and let the room introduce itself, a soft pop in the walls, as temperature changed its mind, the faint, familiar scroll of wind at the seams, the distance, muffled wing beat of something that preferred cedar. He closed his eyes and counted the room's verbs: breathing, settling, keeping. He did not take his coat off. He did not rush. He had come because he wanted the wind asleep. No ribboning the door frame, no flute of keyholes, no litany through the eaves. The world was full of wind sound. He had hours of it. He could hire it any day. What he could not record, what had begun to feel like a missing tooth in a melody, was the moment before and after movement, the negative of gusts, the way a house holds air, like a hand holding water. He had come, if he were honest, for silence formal enough to wear a name. He unpacked with the carefulness that helps a person believe in purpose. Foam lifted, cables, uncoiled the small, scarred notebook placed like a wool hat beside the machine. He set 3 tiny microphones, one on the windowsill, one on the floor near the door, one on the stove's cold iron. He checked levels, then turned off every light and sat. Afternoon held its breath. The hill sloped the way sleeping animals slope. The room took the hint. He listened for the absence of draft and heard instead faint variations, a thread of air exploring a crack in the sash, then losing interest. The thinest cry from a nail that remembered summer, then forgot again. The shabby whisper of wool on his own sleeve as he shifted to keep blood friendly. He smiled because earnestness is never as quiet as you think. He tried stiller. He tried not trying. He let thoughts become furniture, and then he let the furniture be dust. Somewhere, a truck changed gears far enough away to be a rumor of commerce. Somewhere, a branch failed a little, and the forest noted it without alarm. The recorder watched red lights climb and descend like monks on a staircase. He breathed slower until his breath was something the room could wear without adjusting its shoulders. That was when the wind fell entirely asleep. He didn't hear it happen. He heard the after of it, the seams closing like pages, the stove settling, as if the day's news had finished reading itself, the floorboards accepting his weight as part of their old contract. The air became a body in a body. He felt it more than he heard it, and the recorder, bless its honesty, captured what physics could call a noise floor, and the heart could call permission. He did not speak in case language broke the surface. He let the minutes knit themselves together without asking what size of sweater they'd become. When he finally lifted his hand to stop the take, the click of the button sounded like a church bell in a village that had forgotten bells exist. He laughed, a tiny leak of joy. The room took it in stride. He built a fire, then, because fire is the cure for too much reverence. He split the kindling that had been left like an instruction manual. The first flame arrived, as reluctant as lighting a birthday candle in wind, then remembered the old tinder language and spoke it fluently. The stove accepted its work and softened the cabin's bones. He made tea in a tin pot with a dent, like a moon. Steam wrote brief letters to the dark rafters. He sat on the floor with his back against the couch that had survived more naps than opinions, and listened to heat do its small thesis on what comfort means. He remembered his mother's house, small, scrupulously kept, the way the heater sighed, the way she would turn it down and say, "We're not made of money," and the way he had believed that air was a rationed thing. He remembered an apartment later where vents rattled like a nervous jaw and winter wrote drafts across his ankles. He remembered a woman whose laughter taught his rooms to behave, and the month after she left, when air learned his name again and said it in every register. He remembered headphones in beds that should have been quiet, and the sudden, rude mercy of a far train at 3 a.m, letting him know he belonged to a world that moved. He thought, if I can record this sleeping wind, perhaps I can be told with proof that stillness is not a myth. Toward evening, the light tried on. Amber found it flattering and wore it as long as it could. He set another long take, the microphones like 3 patient eyes. Outside, the hill exhaled frost onto its own grass. Inside the cabin, made the sound very old ships make in harbors at night, wood acknowledging tide rope, muttering about labor. He might have fallen asleep, if not for the odd and lovely surprise of footsteps on the porch. He paused the recorder. The door tapped twice, like a polite thought. The man who stepped in made old air feel young. He was gray, without apology, his coat the color of bark that had earned its stripes, his hands speaking in a dialect of useful work. Kerosene, he said, lifting a tin as if the word might be heavy. The owner of the cabin had sent a neighbor to check the lamp. It seemed because Winter liked to test the grid's confidence. The man, he introduced himself as Crane, which sounded like a name given by a river, set the tin down, glanced around the room once as if to confirm the furniture's intentions, then nodded at the microphones. Catching ghost's breath, he said, and waited to hear if that answered anything. Ah, Crane said, as if this town had instructions for that too. He topped off the lamp with the care you give lit things and lit it with a match that woke like a small fox. The glass chimney took its role, and the room accepted a second sun. Crane did not ask to stay, which is probably why the evening allowed it. He lowered himself into the chair by the stove, the way you lower a boat into water. Stern first, then bow. He placed his hat on his knee and looked at nothing with conviction. The man had a way of existing that didn't steal air. It knitted it. After a while, he said, "You hear the wind better when it sleeps?" He nodded. "That's what I'm after." Crane scratched his cheek like a match that politely refused to flame. "Had a dog once," he said. "Barked at every truck, every far thunder. Drove me mad until she got old enough to sleep through storms. That's when I learned how big the quiet really is." He lifted the hat, put it on, and stood with a creak that matched the cabin's key. At the door, he paused. "When you play it back, later, don't turn it up too loud. You'll frighten it." He left as if departing were a craft worth practicing. Night decided to be simple. No theatrics. A moon like a coin under a jacket. Stars honest, but not showy. He recorded through it, not continuously rest and attention are partners, but in long listens that felt like prayer without pronouns. He woke once on the floor cheek against braided rug, the lamp gone to a friendly ember, the stove purring the cabin, wearing his breathing as if it had been tailored. He pressed the button and captured the moment before sleep fell back into itself. Morning arrived with its familiar competence. The hill put steam in its mouth and spoke white words. Coffee made the room smell like an engine deciding to be kind. He kept recording. When wind woke, it did so carefully, combing the cabin's hair without making a scene. A small draft ran its finger along the sill, as if checking for dust. The microphones felt it and wrote in their little red handwriting, "There." He smiled at the idea that even movement, when it is well rested, behaves like a gentleman. He packed at noon. The room returned to the shape it must hold for most of the year, an architecture of waiting. He closed the door on its patient hinge and stood on the porch where frost had softened into rumor. The hill which had hosted him without interrogating offered a last polite wind that lifted his scarf and set it down again with that tender authority only weather has. He touched the railing the way you touch a forearm at a hospital. Thank you without debt. Then he went. Back in the city, where buildings exchange heat, like opinions, he carried the takes into a studio that knew how to keep secrets. He threaded the cable and brought the sound onto a screen that pretended sound was picture. The rooms he had known, the anxious apartment, ere the hallway that loved footsteps too much, the stairwell that got religion every time someone slammed a door, waited their turn. He pressed play. At first, nothing, or what untrained ears call nothing. Then the floor of the world thickened. He heard the roundness of volume as a thing, not an absence. He heard wood not speaking, which, like a person not speaking, says plenty. He heard the stove's iron cooling in polite descending notes. A xylophone you could only touch with minutes. He heard the smallest shift of wool against denim, the swallow of a man aiming to vanish. He heard the hinge's last breath before it decided not to complain. He heard the long vowel of a hill holding air in its mouth and humming with it. He turned it up a little, not too much. Crane's advice kept one hand on the knob. With the volume came an ache he recognized as the border between hearing and being heard. He closed his eyes. In that low and faithful signal, he felt an answer that was not an answer at all, but a rearrangement. The wind had not been told to sleep. It had simply been given a bed that fit. He had not forced quiet. He had wandered into it and agreed to stop kicking. He slept that night with the cabin in the speakers at human volume. He thought he might be disappointed that playback would collapse the tent and leave him with canvas. Instead, the room unrolled, and he lay inside it, like someone lying under the hull of a boat in summer, watching light do its stippled business through water. He dreamed of doorways that were not tests, and of windows that trusted him with their edges. He woke twice, not with panic, but with the mild surprise of a person who has misplaced obligation, and found his breath behaving like furniture. Useful, unremarkable here. He began to carry the sleeping wind to others. On a playlist of rain and trains and forest at 4 a.m., he placed Room Hill, no wind between two showier tracks. He wrote a note. Listen, soft. Do not chase it. Let it arrive like a stray cat. You ignore it kindly until it warms your ankles. Emails came back from people he would never meet. A nurse who said she finally napped at noon. A baker who said the dough rose without him. A woman in a city louder than any city has a right to be, who said, I turned it on, and my apartment remembered how to be a room again. He did not answer with cleverness. He wrote, I'm glad. Me too. On a spring afternoon, he returned to the hill with a small gift. Nothing there needs gifts, which is why it felt safe. He had built a frame thin of cedar and strung across it a single string salvaged from a broken cello. He had tightened it to a pitch he could not name, mounted it in the porch's shadow, and left it. The wind, when awake, would bow it. When asleep, it would keep its counsel. He wrote on the underside where only spider and patience would see. Rest is a music too. He stood a long time listening to not much. A far hawk cut the sky with the straightness of an honest sentence. The cabin breathed. The hill tuned its green. The wind, lazy as an afternoon dog, curled at the threshold and snored. He smiled, and without announcing it to himself, joined it, standing eyes open, both feet on the wood, a man finally learning to sleep where the world can find him, and decide for once to leave him be. If you ever go looking for that room, do not knock too hard. Carry no quests in your pockets. They jingle. Open the door and sit. The first sounds will be yours. They'll settle. When the wind realizes you are not there to hire it for drama, it will make itself small and lie down. If you must, press record. Better yet, let the room record you. Later, when life resumes its opinions, you may discover that the quiet you were after is not a place on a hill or a file on a screen. It is the shape your breath keeps when you remember you belong to houses, to weather, to wood, and wool, and water, to the kind of patience that doesn't perform itself. It is the wind asleep inside your chest, the room where you keep it, the door you no longer need to hold shut. And now, as the final sound of the story fades away like a thin wisp of smoke, you may notice your breathing has become lighter. There is no more wind, no more footsteps, just the rhythm of your heart and the silence slowly growing in the room. Over the past 3 hours, we have traveled through 10 stories, each one a breath, a pause, a small resting place for a soul that has grown weary. If in this moment you feel a bit lighter, a bit warmer, or if your eyes are gently closing without you even trying, then tonight's journey has come full circle. Let sleep arrive like an old friend, slow and gentle. There is no need to hold on, no need to resist. Just let go and let peace take care of the rest. Thank you for staying until the very end of Zen Stories for the weary heart. Sleep and heal. If you found even a little bit of calm, a quiet space for your spirit in these stories, then let us meet again in the nights to come. Please hit subscribe and turn on the notification bell so that whenever night falls, you will always have a place to return to, a place that needs no reason, no explanation, just breath quiet and a heart allowed to rest. Wishing you a sleep that is deep and kind. I will see you again in the next night, where the stories gently begin once more and peace finds its way back home.